Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to call this meeting to order. So as I mentioned, I'm calling this meeting to order, and so that we will call a joint meeting of the Milpitas City Council and the Housing Authority of December 2nd, 2025 to order. While this meeting is being broadcast via Zoom, oral public comment may only be provided live at the City Council chambers. The City Council meeting is available for instant translation using Wordly, and it's over 60 language. And if you want to look it up, it's on the QR code on the upper right-hand corner of the agenda. So before we adjourn to closed session, Acting City Attorney Creech, please brief the public on the closed session items for today.
Sorry, Mayor, we need to take the roll first.
Roll call.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Here.
Councilmember Chua.
Here.
Councilmember Lamb.
Here.
Councilmember Leanne.
Here.
Mayor Montano.
Here. Okay, so now we can go to you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. You have three items for closed session tonight. The first is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency's designated representative is Rick Bolanos of LCW. The employee organizations are ProTech, MEA, MidCon, and unrepresented employees. The second item is public employee appointment and hiring pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1. Employee position is city manager. The third item is public employee appointment and hiring pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1. The employee position is city attorney.
Thank you for that. And so we will adjourn this to the meeting, but before that, is there any public comment?
I have no public speaker cards, Mayor.
Okay, and then we will also have it for 2 minutes. So then now we will go on to our closed session meeting. Meeting is adjourned. Hello, how are you? Okay, thank you. Okay, are we ready? Good evening, everyone. It's good to see all of you. Wow, we have a full house today. It's wonderful. It's good to see a lot of folks here. This is democracy in action, right? Okay, so now it is, we will report out from closed session. City Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor. There's nothing to report out of closed session at this time.
Okay. So now we will rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Mayor, we'll have a scout troop posting the colors for us.
Okay. Scout Troop 160,
This is Scout Troop
163.
163 from
All right.
Rotary Club.
Thank you.
Hello? Okay. Audience attention. Color guard attention. Color guard advance. Audience, please place your right hands on your hearts. Color guard halt. Color guard cross the colors. Color guard prepare to post the colors. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Color guard post the colors. You may place your hands down. Color guard reform. Color guard dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Scout Troop Leader, would you like to say a few words? Go ahead. You can come up here to the dais, so that way everyone can see you. To the podium, I mean. Talk about your troop and so forth.
Hello, I'm Joshua Hom of Troop 163. We're a local troop in the area sponsored by the Milpitas Rotary Club. We plan events together and we go on like hikes and camps and stuff like that. So if you have any children, both boys and girls, who you'd like to join either our pack for younger scouts or our troop for older scouts, we'd love to have you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I really do like the Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts because they show the youth how to live and with integrity and dignity and respect. So that's really great. So in the city of Milpitas, for those of you that are not aware, we have also, after the Pledge of Allegiance, we also do an invocation. And if you see, we have "In God We Trust." So we all, not all city councils do that, but we do. So I'm going to, today is my turn to do the invocation, and it's going to be very short. So this is called the Serenity Prayer. God, give me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference. It's called the Serenity Prayer. Thank you very much. And so now it is time for presentations. And today we will be presenting a commendation for Manufacturing Day and the event's partners recognition. And we have Michael Thomas from the Economic Development. department.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Economic Development Coordinator Michael Thomas with you this evening with a brief presentation on Manufacturing Day. There is a slide deck that is accompanying my remarks this evening, so I'll wait for that to appear on screen. Or I suppose maybe I could just get started. Aha, stand by. Okay, we'll start with the next slide. Manufacturing Day is an initiative of the Manufacturing Institute to inspire the future manufacturing workforce and generate awareness about the manufacturing industry by introducing high school students and adult learners to career opportunities in the manufacturing industry and expose employers to Milpitas' future labor force. This event is traditionally celebrated on the first Friday of October, but communities around the country celebrate Manufacturing Day throughout October via various events such as facility tours, educational fairs, and classroom visits. The city and the Milpitas Unified School District have hosted Milpitas' first Manufacturing Day event in 2017, which was the 9th annual that just ended this year, and the third in-person event since 2023. Over a 12-week period, 30 people, including event partners and staff, planned, prepared, and executed this event, which included event scheduling, logistics and materials, student transportation, and coordinating catered lunches. Next slide. This year's event featured 92 people, including 58 high school students and adult learners, as well as city and school district officials and staff. Since 2023, over 170 students have attended Manufacturing Day, which is when we resumed the in-person events, because we did virtual events during the COVID era before that. Schools represented this year included Calaveras Hills High School, Milpitas High School, the MUSD Innovation Campus, and the Adult Education Program. This event engaged students and guests in engineering activities, including a manufacturing simulation at Flex, and soldering circuit boards to make miniature flashlights at Venture, as well as facility tours and product and process demonstrations. City representatives included Mayor Montano, Councilmember Chua, as well as Economic Development Trade Commissioners Chris Norwood, Jacob Sanchez, and Conrad Shapira. Assistant City Manager Matt Cano and Economic Development Director Alex Andrade also attended. Representing the Milpitas Unified School District included various board members, some of whom are with us this evening, as well as Superintendent Cheryl Jordan, teachers and staff, and the Milpitas Chamber of Commerce also joined us for the event, so we are grateful for their support. Local business support this year came in the form of the Great Mall, which underwrote the cost of student t-shirts, which is very generous of them. Local business, The Best Sandwiches, providing student and guest lunches, and Huntford Printing and Graphics providing event banners. So we're appreciative of the local business involvement in this year's event, as always. Site host representatives included from Flex, Senior Director Mickey Christensen, Directors Jose Leon and James Adkins. Mr. Leon is with us this evening, as well as Senior Manager Ryan Goddard and Manager Heidi Kabata, and along with Shabir Ghulam, the General Manager. Mr. Ghulam is with us this evening too. Venture participants included General Manager K-Tat Na, Director Terrence Xavier, and HR and Facilities Manager Donabelle Dizon, all of whom are with us this evening. Students were engaged via educational and enjoyable experiences, which were well organized and executed by Flex and Venture. The soldering activity was very popular, not to mention the lunches. And now, next slide. So momentarily, you're going to see a 3-minute video produced by Polar Light Productions, which captured the event experience.
so advanced manufacturing. So Advanced Manufacturing Day is really about, one, getting the kids off campus and our adult learners off campus, as well as some of our teachers as well, to see what's happening out in industry.
Flex is a worldwide company. There are more than 250 campuses like this in the world, right, with millions of employees. Right? And this is the manufacturing site in the Silicon Valley. And over here we have different customers doing different kind of products. And today we're going to visit some of those customers.
Today is a special day for our high school students, specifically Milpitas High School. They're coming here to learn about manufacturing and how their future can be inspired by coming here and learning about manufacturing. The students love it because I can see in their eyes that, they're fascinated because they never seen how, what goes into it. There's so many details. And I was telling the students, take Economics 101, and then you'll learn about the supply chains, you'll learn about, trading and selling that goes on to build products for the consumer.
I think it's nice for students to see that there is still manufacturing in the U.S. and the importance of that. I think it's also nice for them to get to see some things that are behind the scenes that people don't necessarily think about as they're coming up and thinking about their future careers. This just gives them a little bit wider breadth to be able to know some of the things that are out there and see some different sides.
It's Manufacturing Day. It's really for the high schoolers of Milpitas. It's awareness, information, and hopefully inspiration for them to know about the manufacturing side of the business. And we're so grateful for Venture, the executive team, and also the employees for hosting this. It's really important for the students to get exposed to this type of environment.
This is our day when we collaborate with the City of Milpitas and our school district to provide our learners with experiences in the world of manufacturing, which is in our own backyard. And there are so many possibilities for careers and for young people to realize their potential.
So we are doing workshops for soldering. So children and the high school kids are able to actually do electronic components onto printed circuit boards as well to get the experience of how to do connectivity for electronic components. Yeah, I think it's amazing to see the kids so excited about in terms of, because we show them a snapshot or a sample of some of the instruments we're developing for some companies, and they had no idea that this, how it impacts their life on a day-to-day basis as well. And so it just kind of opened their mind and they were like, wow, I think they were pretty remarkable by that.
All right, so that was a quick snapshot of the event, and we are grateful to our site hosts for giving the city's contracted media services provider Polarlight access to their facilities, because those types of facilities have a lot of proprietary activities and locations, so we were able to show it in specific locations. Anyway, as a gesture of the city's appreciation, staff recommends that the City Council issue certificates of commendation to this year's event partners. That concludes staff's remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael, for all your hard work and the Economic Development Department. So I will go down to the podium and we'll go in City Council as well, give out these commendations. Okay, the first one, well, let me backtrack on this. So first of all, in October, the city and the Milpitas Unified School District hosted the 9th Annual Manufacturing Day event in partnership with product manufacturers Flex Ltd. And VM Services. This event informed and educated high school students in the Milpitas and also about it taught them about the local technology and manufacturing industries related in their career search. This event strengthens relationships between the city, Milpitas Unified School District, and Milpitas manufacturers by serving as a future employment path for today's students and adult learners, and exposes employees and employers to Milpitas' future workforce. Economic Development Coordinator Michael Thomas will now deliver a brief slide. Oh, he already did that. That was supposed to be me first. He did that, but I'm glad you all liked it, right? Yeah, it was. I mean, this is what Milpitas does. We're really involved with our school district. That's why a lot of people love Milpitas. This is a great, great city to live and work. So the following individuals are confirmed to represent the 2025 Manufacturing Day in collaboration of the December 2nd City Council meeting during this presentation. So they will be Robert Jung and Dr. Anu Naka. If you can please come up.
And Denise Coleman.
And also we have Denise Coleman. Come on up. Oh, and Min No, who is the Board of Education trustee. Okay. So we have, let's have my city council members give these out. We'll give these out to them. They're all the same.
We got a team photo.
Yeah, we're gonna give them out. We believe in teamwork here. All right. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Mayor, would you like to say something? You're the trustee. We have a great relationship with the school district. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Montano and City Council members for the recognition. Advanced Manufacturing Day is such a wonderful time for our students to really get a glimpse of what the companies here in Milpitas can do. And it gives them an insight to look at the diversity, folks who are in position of well-paying jobs, important jobs, and really appreciate the partnership with the City of Milpitas. And on behalf of the Milpitas Unified School District and our board trustees, Robert Jung and Dr. Naka, we really appreciate the recognition.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And so now we have, from the Great Mall, we have
Lynn Rice.
We have Lynn Rice. Lynn, where are you at? There you are. Come on up. So on behalf of the Milpitas City Council, I, Carmen Montano, Mayor of the City of Milpitas, commend the Great Mall for partnering with the Office of Economic Development and Milpitas Unified School District, Flex LTD, and VM Services to support Manufacturing Day 2025. Thank you so much.
The Great Mall is always very happy to partner with the community. MUSD is a very important partner to us. Not only are they our learners here in the community, but they are also our future earners, and they are our shoppers now, and they'll be our shoppers in the future. And so we are very excited to support them, and we support them year long, not only with Manufacturing Day, we do Earth Day Assembly with them, and many other projects. So thank you.
Next, we have, this is for Flex LTD. We have Jose Leon and Shabir Gulon. Come on up. We have this to give to you. So on behalf of the Milpitas City Council, I, Mayor Carmen Montano, Mayor for the City of Milpitas, commend you, Flex LTD, for partnering with the Office of Economic Development, Milpitas Unified School District, VM Services, and of course, all of the city. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you all the council members. So as you guys know, Flex is the largest manufacturing. We are the $30 billion company, and we have big footprint in Milpitas campus, almost more than 500,000 square feet. Now we are growing. We have 1,400 employees, and we are growing very rapidly, and especially supporting the community, and also, manufacturing state of the art for data center product, some autonomous vehicle, the latest technology here in Milpitas. So thank you so much, Mayor, and all for your support. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. The last one, last but not least, is VM Services Incorporation. So on behalf of the Milpitas City Council, I, Carmen Montano, Mayor for the City of Milpitas, commend VM Services Incorporation for partnering with the Office of Economic Development, Milpitas Unified School District, Flex LTD, and the Great Mall for hosting Manufacturing Day 2025. Please comment up.
We got K-Tat Na,
K-Tat Na,
Terrence Xavier,
Terrence Xavier,
and Donabelle Dizon.
and Donabelle Dizon. Come on up. Thank you. We have-
Mayor, if I just want to say something. I made an inch-size flashlight shouldering minute components. Thank you guys for the experience. Love it.
Thank you, Mayor Montano, council members. On behalf of the venture team, we're very happy to host the Milpitas School District and to show the capabilities and possibilities of what the future lies ahead. Venture, as you know, is one of the most premier electronic manufacturers in terms of complexity. We partner with a lot of Fortune 500 companies to build some of the most sophisticated equipment. And we are looking to continue to partner with the city of Milpitas to continue that projection and growth here in Silicon Valley. So thank you again for the support.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Did we take a picture already? Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for all that you do for our students. It's a great partnership, and manufacturing is so important that we do not outsource this manufacturing out to other countries, that we're keeping it here in Milpitas. Thank you very much. Again, thank you very much. And so now, let's move on to the public forum. Members of the public are invited to speak on any item that does not appear on today's agenda. Please note that oral public comment may only be provided live at the city council meeting in person. Public forum will be limited to 2 minutes. City Clerk, do you have any cards?
Yes, Mayor, we do have cards. Due to the number of cards, I'm going to call 3 at a time. I would ask speakers to array themselves between the 2 microphones that have green lights at the front of the lectern. The first 3 speakers in order are going to be Dale Scott, followed by Lily, and then Twin Cosgrove.
Welcome.
Mayor, City Council, my name is Dale Scott. I'm a recent resident in 2 years now. My family has lived here since 1979 on Kevin Air Drive. I have recently taken over the finances before he passed, the last parent passed. But my issue right now that I'm raising is about our water. I have seen what we have in terms of droughts and climate change and everything else in terms of what we need to do for water. We need to continue our conservation efforts. Unfortunately, most of that conservation is always oriented towards monetary. And what I see today is a water bill that I get that is $8 roughly 100 cubic feet. However, I get a sewage bill that is out of sight. And it's not a matter of the cost, it's a matter of if you want to incent people to conserve water, it should be proportional to what they use. The sewage should be proportional to what they use in water. And unfortunately, that's not the case. I look at my bill and I end up with $32 worth of water and $138 of sewage. It's not right. It's a very easy calculation to be able to essentially spread it over what the total usage is and divide it by the number of cubic feet that each individual user uses. And from that standpoint, some people don't care about water conservation, but we need to continue to put the pressure on to incent people to conserve water. A lot of it's wasted, but it's a formula that will help continue the efforts to conserve water. So my issue today that I'm starting is essentially to try and figure out how to get the city to allocate the sewage according to water usage. As we know, if you use water, it goes down the sewage, and sewage is a variable cost. It is not a fixed cost. We have a water meter that's fixed, it's fixed, it's fixed. That's the way it works. But the rest of it is a variable cost, and I don't understand why we don't do it. The bills come out at one time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Lily, followed by Trin Cosgrove, and then Adele. And then again, I'd ask you to please be prepared to step up to the microphone as the previous person finishes speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Lily, and I'm a software engineer in a tech company. Tonight, I feel so honored to introduce an amazing performance to everyone, and it's called Shenyun. So Shenyun is a nonprofit organization founded in 2006 and based in New York. Its mission is to recover the traditional Chinese culture of 5,000 years. So to realize this, in the past 20 years, Shenyun toured the world every year to give performances so that the audience can know what China was before communism. Its annual world tour features performances of classical Chinese dance, ethnic and folk dances, and orchestral music. Shenyun's live orchestra is unique for combining traditional Chinese instruments like erhu or pipa with a full Western symphony orchestra. Last year, Shenyun held over 800 performances in over 200 cities across 22 countries. It really takes a lot of wisdom, courage, and resilience to accomplish this. And the first show will be in the Center for the Performing Arts Theater in San Jose in December 24th. And you can search shenyun.com/ca for the performance information. Because of its mission, Shenyun has been receiving a lot of attacks from the Chinese Communist Party, especially last year and this year. And I strongly recommend this show to everyone. And I think coming towards this show is an act to say no to communism. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Trin, then Adele, followed by Ed Ackerman.
So just a friendly reminder, so the city clerk is naming the next person, so the next person can be prepared and go up to the podium and be after they're done, so we can be efficient. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and the city members and the audience members. My name is Trin Cosgrove. I'm a volunteer for Asian Art Foundation. And our foundation promotes traditional art and culture events. And so I'm speaking on the same topic as Lily. And as an audience, I have seen Shenyun so many times, I can't say enough. For the city of Milpitas, I think this is very positive. brings the positive energy to the city. And, we have seen so many kids and family go to the show and come out. Even the parents, give us feedback, says they're so surprised. They say how the kids changed during the 2 hours of show. Like we have teenagers, the mother, an example of a mother and daughter went to see the show and come out, the mother just broke down and says her daughter apologized during the show, for, the way how she behaved, so the art has a way to speak to people's heart. So kids during the show is learned, some good, values, the traditional, values, to be respectful to your parents, and we have a 10-year-old boy come out and says, now I'm gonna go back to my classroom. I'm gonna be nice to everyone, including people I don't like, That's kind of show, just like, kind of gets the best out of people. And that's my comment. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And you're speaking about the Shen Yu and because I see a lot of ads out there, and you mentioned something about a discount. If there's 10 people or more, they get a discount or something like that. To that
Yes,
effect, right?
that's right. Yeah, we can answer questions for individuals. We can also offer some.
Yeah.
So, yeah, for the community.
It's good that you're promoting the arts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Adele, followed by Ed Ackerman, and then Jay West.
So welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. I have the same topic as my fellow teams talking about it. I live in Milpitas over 25 years. I just want to share some of my traditional culture. First time I watched the show is about 16 years ago. One of my friends told me, say, hey, Adele, you want to go watch the show? I said, no, I don't want too much Chinese show. No. And she told me that's really different. So I went to the show. I sitting there, I buy the cheaper ticket, sit the corner. So I sit there. When the curtain pulled up, I could not stop my tears. I don't know why. Then I purchased a ticket for the next show. I said, I need to find out why I'm crying, where tears come from. So I need to feel something deep in my heart be waking up, and I connect to up there. So then that's why I started volunteer to help the show. So unfortunately, I face so many tribulations in the community. So when I go, some company or a community center invited me to present the show, I've been yelled, try to pushing out. So I think there's I don't want to blame on those Chinese people. They are living in America because they are being brainwashed for Chinese Communist Party. They send their propaganda to our community. So to tell us what you can do, what you cannot do, I think that's really serious for our American community. So that's why. And after that show, Chinese culture is really beautiful. So it's really valuable. And the ancient wisdom really inspired us. So I really encourage us to watch the show for yourself, to know them by yourself. That's all of my comments.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Ed Ackerman, followed by Jay West, and then Ju Young.
Welcome.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, staff, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Edward Ackerman, and I have resided in this city for 46 years. As a former member of the Veterans Commission and a chairperson of that same commission, I come to you tonight to speak about flag etiquette. Old Glory, as some would say, it's a symbol of freedom and opportunity to the world at large and should be respected as such. On 11 November 2025, this city broke Title IV of the United States Code because of one individual who had an I don't care attitude. During the Veterans Day ceremony, the color guard rose the flag to its fullest height by order of the city while this nation was in mourning. Lost my place. This is an affront to all those who fought for and died for this symbol, as well as for those of us that survived. City staff was notified during the practice section, and I was told that the color guard was informed. However, the ceremony proceeded and the flag was raised to full height during the national anthem and not to half staff. The disappointing aspect of this whole fiasco was that the Veterans commissioners in attendance said and did nothing. I assume too afraid to offend the city or just didn't know or don't care. Then we'll put it down after is not a viable excuse. As for the color guard itself, I would hope the city would vet its choosing a color guard that knows flag etiquette if they are going to handle the flag. This is the second time this color guard organization has disrespected the flag. If need be, have the JROTC perform color guard duties. I'm sure Lieutenant Jackson would know the proper display. I spoke to several veterans after the ceremony, and they were all wondering why the flags weren't at half-staff during the ceremony.
Thank you. Well, well noted, and the staff is, I'm sure they take a note of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jay West, followed by Ju Young, and then Alex.
Hello, my name's Jay West, and I had been a guest at Extended Stay Milpitas, and I had a horrible experience. During my stay, I fell and I broke my foot and I fractured my hip, and I was alone, and I went to get medical care, and I had parked in the handicap space. My application and placard was in process, and someone called the police that I was parked in that space before I had actually gotten the placard, and I came out to speak to the Milpitas police officer who responded. She said she was coming out for some other reason, not to give me a ticket. My understanding is the extended stay is private property, but as I was talking to her, trying to explain my situation, she says, I already issued the ticket and I'm not going to change it. So I have been going through the appropriate appeals process to get the ticket addressed since April of 2025. It is now December of 2025. I have not had my hearing with anyone. I have called the 800 number, and I don't know who to talk to in the city. Okay, so that's that part of it. Now, Milpitas Extended Stay, there's a problem at that location. I repeatedly experienced drug dealing, prostitution, and what I consider specific use of minors, meaning young white child, female, going from room to room at 4 o'clock in the morning asking for money. A 5-year-old wandering the property crying because he doesn't know where his mother is. Drug dealing goes on in that property. It's obvious. You can see it going on. There's a lot of smoking, especially marijuana smoking, and management is involved. And the police department needs to address that, because they take their advice from the police department, and they're saying that the police department, and they're not. They're just allowing it to go on.
Thank you. Your time's up. We will have staff look into it. Are you talking about the home key? The home key? Home key?
No, I'm just a guest. I'm just a regular guest. I don't qualify for any of those programs.
Extended stay, that used to be 2000 Hillview. Is that the one you're talking about?
It's
extended stay is
yes.
It's the one that was converted into the shelter, homeless shelter.
No, ma'am. No, it's a hotel. It's an extended stay hotel. It's titled Extended Stay.
Where is it
off of McCarthy. So if you go,
okay, so it's not the home key. Okay,
no,
we'll have
it's not.
staff
It's
look
not
into
that.
it.
It's just a private. It's a private
All right, thank you.
franchise hotel.
We'll have
right.
staff look
Yeah.
into it.
So
Thank
y'all
you.
need to investigate them, because they're
Give the
doing
city
something
clerk,
wrong.
give the city clerk your name and contact information. Thank you.
If you can walk to the back, there'll be somebody waiting. I just saw him leave. Matt, if you can stay back there, and he'll walk to the, if you could just walk to
Okay.
the
So
back.
you want me to give her my contact information, and then you want me to talk to somebody back there?
There's someone, if he can raise his hand,
So,
this is
okay.
the gentleman you can speak with real quickly.
Okay. All right. So let me.
I believe we have a police department representative.
Yeah,
Give
no,
her-
just,
still
you
give her
can
my
go,
information?
actually, that he's better.
Okay. All right.
All right,
okay,
thank
fine.
you.
So next we have Ju Young, followed by Alex, and then Vaibhav Shah.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Welcome.
My name is Ju Young, resident of Milpitas City. I'm here to talk about the issue about the small cell antenna installation in the Milpitas residential area. First of all, I'll talk about the issue, the RF emission compliance report that prepared the Crown Castle. I think the city approved the antenna installation based on the compliance report, but there is a serious issue I discovered. The one issue, there are actually two issues. One issue that the Crown Castle report, they missing some very important two test item that the FCC standard required for the human health and safety concern. So one issue that in Crown Castle report, they have a power density report, but they only have the high frequency range, which is the more than 30 megahertz to the 100,000 megahertz. So they don't have the low frequency range, which is 0.3 megahertz to 30 megahertz, which is clearly stated in FCC standard that is required for the human health and safety concern. So they miss that. Because actually the low frequency area, radio frequency is really impact on human health. So that's clearly the missing test result. And second thing is that the FCC have electric field strength and the magnetic field strength test data that is required by FCC. But Crown Castle report, they don't have that. So that actually the power density is not a concern because power does not travel to the air. Because power is meaning that we have to touch it, the material, machine, antenna. That's the conduct the power because the voltage and current through the
Thank you very
power.
much. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so
Thank you.
I didn't.
Next is Alex, followed by Vaibhav Shah, and then Kaveri.
Welcome.
Hey, good evening. My name is Alex. I have been a Milpitas citizen for more than 10 years. My problem is, just as June just mentioned, Crown Council has installed cell tower in front of my house in the community. And also the radio frequency radiation has undetermined impact to people's health. So I'm here to urge or to require the help from the council to, on behalf of us, either to talk to the Crown Council to revise their current installation, or we can create some regulations to push this cell tower totally outside of the community. I think we deserve a healthy, a safe community here.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to have the city manager speak on this right now.
So I just want to mention for any individuals coming to speak on the small cell issue, we will be having a town hall meeting at the Milpitas Community Center Auditorium from 6 to 8 next Tuesday, December 9th. And so there will be information that we push out over the next week for any details about the meeting.
Okay. So everybody got that, right? So next Tuesday, we're at 6:30. We're having a town hall meeting to discuss this very issue, and that's the time and place when you can hash out. We can discuss all that. Thank you very much.
6 to 8.
6 to 8. Thank you.
All right, next we have Vaibhav, followed by Kaveri, and then Juan Ali Santosa. Is that Kaveri? You'll wait? Okay, and then Guan? All right, so then next we have Voltaire Montemayor.
Thank you. My name is Voltaire Montemayor. The presentation for the manufacturing group and the representation of all the presenter is full house. So I'm glad. In other words, for me, I'm not worried yet of the AI that people are worried that we may reduce employment. I believe it's not, because I want it like the instantaneous improvement of the AI will be the instantaneous also employment. So like we have more projects for manufacturing. In other words, we help each other. I know the old way of manufacturing is like maybe meticulous, but not really. We're doing our best. Now the AI could be quick, should be electronically right, but still, we need the AI may not have the instinct like us individually. So, I'm speaking this because I'm representing everybody. I started from a farmer, then to electronics companies, Hewlett Packard, and all the companies, and I work for car companies. I know about the air, the mountains, and the sea. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have no additional public speaker cards, Mayor.
Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak on any item that is not on the agenda? Going once, going twice? Okay, thank you. So now we're moving on to the announcements of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. We have Acting City Attorney Creech.
Thank you, Mayor. I ask the mayor and every other member of the Milpitas City Council whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo. Councilmember Chua?
None.
Councilmember Lamb?
None.
Councilmember Lian?
None.
Mayor Montano?
Thank you. I further ask the mayor and every other member of the Milpitas City Council to please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into contracts with the city on tonight's agenda, or contributions received from any development project applicants for development projects on tonight's agenda.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo?
None.
Councilmember Chua?
None.
Councilmember Lamb?
None.
Councilmember Lian?
None.
Mayor Montano?
None.
Thank you, Mayor. Let the record reflect no reported conflicts. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And so now we're moving on to the Milpitas City Code of Conduct, and we read this code every meeting, kind of to keep us in check and to remind us. So we have Vice Mayor Barbadillo that will recite it.
Thank you, Mayor. Be respectful and courteous. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue and not the person. Use electronic devices appropriately while on the council days. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to any agenda item. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration, and council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct.
Okay, thank you very much. And so now moving on to the approval of the agenda. Does anyone have any changes before making a motion? City Manager?
Mayor, I would like to request that the council defer item C6, the Rent Review Board. We're still in process of gathering names. I request that it be deferred until December 16th.
Okay. Do we need a motion for that?
Yes.
Okay, so let's call for a motion to defer that.
So you could do it as one motion to both approve the agenda with that item deferred.
Okay. Do you want to go ahead, Vice Mayor?
All right. And is there anything else that we need to pull from the consent, or that's it?
Is this consent or the agenda?
This is not consent. This is approval of the agenda.
Okay. All right. Motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
Okay.
Sorry, to clarify, with C6 deferred.
To defer C6 as well.
Clarifying that motion to approve the agenda, deferring item C6.
Second.
Okay, so it was moved by Vice Mayor Barbadillo and seconded by Councilmember Chua. So let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo?
Aye.
Councilmember Chua?
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb?
Aye.
Councilmember Lian?
Aye.
Mayor Montano?
Aye. Okay, thank you for that. And so now we're moving on to the consent calendar. Staff, anyone have any comments, changes? Okay, none from the staff. We have Councilmember Chua.
I'd like to pull C9, please.
Which one?
C9.
Okay, so C9 has been pulled. Okay. Is there anyone else? Okay. We have
C10.
we have Councilmember Lin.
Yes, I'd like to pull C10, please.
So Councilmember Lin would like to pull C10. So C9 and C10 are being pulled. And I'm going to call for public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to make any comments on the consent calendar?
I have no speaker cards on this, Mayor.
Okay, so seeing none. Okay, so we'll call for a motion. And we have Councilmember Chua.
Seeing none, move to approve the consent calendar, having C9 and C10 being pulled.
Is there a second?
Second.
And it was seconded by Councilmember Lin. So now we'll call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb.
Aye.
Councilmember Lian.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I'm an aye. Thank you. So now we're moving on to public hearings. This is item 12, City Manager.
Item 12 is for the council to hold a public hearing on an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to approve associated planning entitlements for a new industrial building at 1000 Gibraltar Drive. And we have Jay here to make a presentation. Mayor, I just want to note that the process for this public hearing is that we'll have an appellant presentation, public comment, an applicant rebuttal, and then an appellant closing remark, and then applicant closing remarks. But we'll start first with a staff presentation.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, so staff, thank you so much for doing that presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. We are here to give a presentation, but the item before you is to hold a public hearing on an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to approve the various planning entitlements for a new industrial building at 1000 Gibraltar Drive. We have Senior Planner Christina Fung here to deliver the presentation, but we have both of us, also other staff and the consultants, applicants, various people who have joined in person or virtually to answer the questions. So, Christina, you could take it away.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council members, fellow staff, and members of the public. My name is Christina Fung, Senior Planner with the City. As discussed, the item before you is to hold a public hearing on the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to approve associated planning entitlements for a new industrial building at 1000 Gibraltar. Next slide, please. I wanted to start off by giving an overview of the application that was submitted to the Planning Department last year in September. That was considered and approved by the Planning Commission at a public hearing with a 6-0-1 vote, with one commissioner absent on September 10th of this year. The entitlements are now before the City Council to reconsider the Planning Commission's approval of the project after the City Clerk's office received a timely filed appeal on September 22nd from the Mitchell M. Desai Law Firm on behalf of the Carpenters Local Union number 405. In a later slide, we'll go over the appellant's letter stating the reasons why they believe the City Council should grant the appeal. For the proposed project, the applicant, Panatoni Development Group, on behalf of property owner Amazon, requests approval of the following: a site development permit to develop a new one-story, 487,564 square foot industrial building with office space and site improvements on a 28.96 acre site in the M2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District. Proposed site improvements include new internal roadways, landscaping, off-site public improvements, and a new surface parking lot with 781 vehicle parking stalls, 50 oversized parking stalls for tractor trailers, and 27 loading dock doors. and consider the environmental assessment for the project, in which an addendum to the 1000 Gibraltar Drive final environmental impact report was prepared, and a tree removal permit to remove 25 ordinance-sized trees and plant a total of 234 new trees. I wanted to note that the proposed use of this building is for warehousing and distribution. The use itself is a permitted by right use in the heavy industrial zoning district and is listed in the description and definition in the zoning code and with its general plan land use designation as manufacturing. I'd also want to note that the Office of Economic Development have provided a letter of support for the project as attachment M and are here with us tonight. During the Q&A session later, they are available for questions also. Next slide, please. On this slide, I wanted to compare the aerial and zoning map on the same side to better show its location and surroundings. The project site in both maps is outlined in yellow, and as mentioned, the site is located in the heavy industrial zoning district. On the left, you can see the site is surrounded by other heavy industrial zone lands in the same gray color. The residential zone areas are more of the bright yellow color, and as you can see, there are no residential uses immediately next to the site. Next slide, please. And regarding some of the history, the site was used as a corporate campus for LiveScan Incorporated with 4 existing buildings and was the largest operator of the site for 29 years. Since then, the project site has been vacant since 2018. There was also a previously approved project, which was an influence on how the current project was designed after. On March 24th, 2021, the Planning Commission adopted resolution number 21-006 and 21-007, approving a site development permit, tree removal permit, and an environmental assessment, including certification of the previous projects, EIR. Entitlements and the project site were sold to a new property owner, Amazon, who submitted a time extension request and was approved by the Planning Commission on June 22nd, 2022, to extend the entitlements until March 2024. The previous project was not constructed and expired due to reasons including the global COVID-19 pandemic, unstable market conditions, high construction costs, and financing challenges. Next slide, please. On the slide, I wanted to show some of the photos of the site so everyone can see its current condition. The top photo and the bottom right are views of the site as seen from Gibraltar Drive frontage, and the bottom left is from the South Milpitas Boulevard frontage. Please take a few moments to look at all the various conditions of the site as they are today, including the condition of the parking lot and landscaping. Next slide, please. As shown with both site plans, they have similar building sizes and landscaping around the site. Both projects also include a small office area to support the operations. The main differences from the site plans you may see are mostly around the parking lot and the type of parking stalls. With the previous project, it was designed for 2 tenants and a different warehousing operation that mostly uses oversized large trucks and trailer parking stalls for moving goods, as shown on the top and bottom of the parking lot with the gray shaded areas immediately next to the building, and the trailer parking stalls are across. The existing project's parking lot also didn't fully connect on all sides compared to the proposed project. In another slide, I'll go into more detail about the proposed project's access, circulation, and parking. But overall, the oversized truck use has been limited to the top left section of the proposed project, and the rest are regular sized stalls. I wanted to also include the existing project and proposed project's renderings to also demonstrate that the general architectural design is also very similar, with at least 2 to 3 contrasting gray colors and a blue trim accent. Next slide, please. On this slide, I wanted to show a closer view of the site plan. And as mentioned, how the project is now designed for 1 tenant. It is a different type of warehousing center than the previous project. This type of warehouse center by Amazon is known as sub same day, and it's different from most of Amazon's other delivery centers in that a large component will function in a way such as a gig service like DoorDash, in which people can sign up for work for certain hours and are known as flex delivery drivers. And they do same day deliveries for items such as groceries, and involves more of standard vehicle parking stalls than only using larger trucks to distribute goods. Also, as described in the letter of support by the Office of Economic Development, this type of Amazon facility would be the first of its kind in the South Bay. The applicant has redesigned the parking lot from the previous project to ensure the safe and efficient movement of cars and trucks around the site, including designated areas for trucks, employee visitor parking, and flex delivery drivers. For the oversized trucks, they're only allowed a one-way entry and exit design through a designated route where they would enter at the South Milpitas Boulevard and Ames Avenue intersection you'll see around the top middle of the site plan, and would travel in the direction where the red arrows are pointing and can only exit onto Gibraltar Drive. Standard sized parking stalls around the top right area of the site plan are designed to be closer to the office entry for staff and visitors, with standard sized parking stalls for the flex delivery drivers allocated on the bottom of the site. The installation of 2 gates to protect regular cars from entering the designated truck areas are also added to improve safety. Next slide, please. On the slide, I wanted to highlight that the project will include several off-site public improvements that are under the purview of the city's Public Works Department. As the project will be adding more vehicle trips for deliveries to the area, the condition of the surrounding local streets and intersections needs to be maintained and improved to offset potential impacts. For the city to ask for these improvements and for some context, as part of the city's development review process, each planning entitlement has to go through a few rounds of review by other departments, including Public Works. The city has adopted transportation analysis guidelines, and the project required preparation of a local transportation analysis, also known as an LTA, that analyzed 12 intersections around this site. The traffic reports for the project are included as Appendix D to the addendum. With the use of the project-specific LTA report, the city's Public Works Department requested a list of improvements for the private developer to help offset the cost and impact of their proposed project to the local roadways. The city's Public Works Department worked closely and collaboratively with the applicant to agree upon a list, which had been conditionally added as a condition of approval, number 42, to the resolution with 14 specific improvements listed. We'll go over some of the main ones regarding pavement restoration and resurfacing around the surrounding streets. The developer will slurry seal and crack seal the full width of South Milpitas Boulevard, which holds a pavement condition index of 85, from Ames Avenue to the Gibraltar Drive intersection, and will perform a 3-inch grind and overlay on Gibraltar Drive across the full roadway width from the project's exit driveway to the South Milpitas Boulevard intersection. The South Milpitas Boulevard will also receive a full width treatment. The west side of the roadway lies within the project frontage and must be restored to city standards. The east side was added based on the LTA, which showed that approximately 70% of inbound trips to the site will use that side of the roadway. For Gibraltar Drive will also receive a full width treatment. The east side of the street is within the project frontage and requires restoration to city standards. The west side was included following review of the LTA, which indicated that roughly 70% of outbound trips from the site will use that side of the street. In addition, the existing PCI of 65 warrants a grind and overlay treatment to ensure a more durable and longer lasting street segment. They're also providing new equipment upgrades to various improvements, including infrastructure, intersection lights, and signals that the applicant and engineering team will work closely on during the building permit review phase. Additionally, the sidewalks around the site will be replaced and made ADA compliant. In total, the offset public improvement estimates may cost the applicant approximately $3.1 million. Next slide, please. The applicant will need to pay the following impact fees collected at various stages of the building permit process. Planning helps collect on behalf of the Recreation and Parks Department the public art fee, which equals 1/2 of 1% of the building development costs. The Office of Housing collects a non-residential affordable housing fee. The engineering collects fees such as utilities, including water, sewer, wastewater treatment fee, for the additional connections needed to be serviced for the development. And the project is also subject to the Calaveras Boulevard widening fee per resolution number 7894. The main reviewing departments have also provided conditions of approval for the project, which are reviewed thoroughly in the building permit process and applied to the life of the project. Altogether, there are about 104. Next slide, please. Regarding CEQA, the city as lead agency determined that pursuant to CEQA guidelines, sections 15162 and 15164, an addendum to the 1000 Gibraltar Drive final environmental impact report should be prepared for the proposed project, as it was a similar but modified proposal from the previously approved project. The final EIR was certified by the Planning Commission on March 24th, 2021, per Resolution 21-007, and the addendum by the Planning Commission on September 10th, 2025, per Resolution 25-012. The addendum finds that the impacts of the proposed project remain consistent with the impacts previously analyzed for the final EIR. The proposed project does not require any substantial revisions to the final EIR, and no new significant information or changes in circumstances regarding the proposed project have occurred since certification of the final EIR, and therefore no subsequent EIR is necessary or further environmental review. Oh, sorry, I think I'm slide 11. Thank you. So the basis for the appeal is that the addendum to the previous project's EIR is inadequate, that additional environmental review in the form of a subsequent or supplemental EIR should be conducted, and that the CEQA notice of determination should be withdrawn. The appellant included Table 1 of the addendum in their appeal letter, which is shown partially here on the top of this slide. Key points of this appeal letter include that the addendum and EIR are missing an analysis of flood zone impacts and thought they said no impact. The letter also notes that the documents don't adequately discuss the potential flood zone impacts of the subject sites, being in the Federal Emergency Management Agency, also known as FEMA, Flood Zone X shaded with an adjacent FEMA AO site, and was concerned that the additional impervious surface area from the project designated on a site by FEMA as a moderate flood risk with a nearby site as significant would add substantial flood risk to the site. For the responses to the appeal letter, the appellant did not raise any concerns related to impervious surface area during or prior to the Planning Commission hearing, or provide factual evidence, such as letters from a licensed engineer or calculations prior to that hearing or with this appeal submittal, showing that such change would affect the environmental impacts previously studied in the EIR or addendum. Also, firstly, the net change in impervious surface area is only 5.7% from the previous project. The city's land development division under the Department of Public Works also has a well-established procedure in place as part of its standard practices in the development review process to analyze FEMA flood zone compliance, as well as reviews projects for all types and scales, removing and replacing impervious surfaces pursuant to the latest Santa Clara County Urban Runoff Pollution Prevention Program in what they call C.3, which is also codified in the city's municipal code under section XI-16. It should also be noted that the existing site was constructed in the 1980s with outdated standards and requirements, and the construction of this project would have to meet much more modern requirements, such as the C3 program. The project will add 5 bioretention basins, a stormwater control plan, storm drain improvements, has pervious pavement, and has conditions of approval added by the Land Development Division on these topics, including ongoing perpetual maintenance. The Kieran Wright engineering letter, as part of Attachment J, indicates that all of the proposed on-site stormwater management improvements included as part of the project would actually decrease the peak stormwater flow from its existing conditions from 54.2 cubic feet per second to 49.1 cubic feet per second, and is overall an improvement from its existing. The city's land development staff coordinates with the applicant team during the entitlement phase to review both flood zone and the C3 requirements early on in the process for all projects, regardless if they needed a public hearing or a higher level CEQA document to identify these major topics. And it's important to note that the city's planning department does not take any projects to a public hearing until all major comments and issues have been addressed by other reviewing departments, including that the applicant has to agree to all conditions of approval before a public hearing. Regarding the related claims related to the CEQA documents and the FEMA flood zone issue, these were also inaccurately characterized in the appeal letter. The EIR and addendum both discussed the potential flood zone impacts as required by CEQA, both under the respective hydrology and water quality subsections, in which identified all related impacts are less than significant. Furthermore, the site is not in a special flood hazard area, and therefore, the proposed project does not need to be elevated to minimize potential flood impacts or other special requirements. Additionally, the city's latest storm drain master plan from 2021 examined history of flooding around the site and surrounding area and found no flooding near the project site. Lastly, the applicant can no longer challenge the previously certified EIR as its statute of limitations have expired back from 2021. Due to the similarities of the project, an addendum was prepared to assess the net new impacts from the previously approved project to this one, and concluded that no net new impacts not previously were discussed in the EIR. Any CEQA challenge for this project should focus on the net new impacts due to changes from the initial project, not the analysis in the EIR for the initial project, which is already certified by the city. In summary, the new project would result in a better site condition from the existing from 1980 and is supported by data and calculations prepared in the engineering letter that is and that the city's standard review process for entitlements does screen all permit submittals for these FEMA flood zone requirements and C3 impervious improvements also. Also, the existing site has been vacant since 2018 with no active tenant or maintenance to that site and would add a principally permitted use for warehousing and distribution with landscaping and off-site public improvements and includes potential economic benefits in alignment with the city's general plan to preserve and revitalize existing industrial lands. Next slide, please. Staff has confirmed that the project meets the findings associated with the site development permit for a new building as set out in the Milpitas Municipal Code. Those findings have been addressed in the agenda report and in the resolution. Next slide, please. In closing, staff recommends the City Council conduct a public hearing and move to close the hearing following comments. Determine that the addendum to the 1000 Gibraltar Drive Final Environmental Impact Report, State Clearinghouse number 2020-069024, adequately analyzes the potential environmental impacts associated with the project, and that the addendum is in compliance pursuant to CEQA guidelines 15162 and 15164, and adopt a resolution denying the appeal and affirming the Planning Commission's decision to approve site development permit number SD 24-0006, environmental assessment number EA 24-0002, and tree removal permit number TR-25-0021, subject to the findings and attached conditions of approval. This concludes staff's summary of the project. We'll be happy to answer any questions later. Furthermore, the applicant team and representatives are here, and some are available on Zoom also with to help answer questions later, including the CEQA consultant, Jana Walagorski from FCS International, the applicant's legal representatives from Shepherd Mullen, and the city's Public Works Division Manager for Traffic and Land Development, Roberto Alonso. And furthermore, I think the applicant team does not have a separate slide deck, but would like a chance to speak on the project after the appellant does their presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that very comprehensive report. And so now I'm going to open up this item to the public. If anyone would like to say anything on this. Opening up the public hearing.
Mayor, we have a appellant presentation first as part of the public hearing.
So, well, first is the public hearing and then. So the appellant, that's the person that's against this. I'm opening it up to them, and they have 10 minutes for any opening statements. Is there anyone? What?
It's 10 minutes for their presentation. They will be afforded 5 minutes for closing statements later.
Oh, just one moment.
Good evening.
Is going to be conducting that. I believe she's online.
She's joining as a panelist now.
Good evening. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. So, good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Grace Holbrook, and I am representing the appellant in this appeal tonight with Mitchell & Tsai Law Firm. Next slide, please. So the appeal concerns primarily just the increase in impervious surface area associated with the project and what we feel like is an inadequate analysis of those impacts as they result to on-site flooding. While the original EIR found less than significant impacts associated with the original project's version of the increase in surface area, it was solely relying on compliance with stormwater permitting requirements, and there wasn't any provided drainage study or analysis to help support that original finding. This was then exacerbated by the proposed project, which we're here for now, then doubling that impervious surface area increase to the highlighted amounts that causes, again, significant increased risk for flooding. Next slide. So here, I think the main thing to look at is that this is roughly a 12% increase over the entire project site from what is currently existing, and that's roughly 2.4 acres of now impervious surface area, going from what had pervious drainage available to now increasing stormwater runoff flows. This is in an area that is already industrialized and paved over, so there's already a significant amount of impervious surface area, which increases the load of stormwater runoff on the systems in the city. That's why in the 2021 city storm management master plan, they identified the Ames Avenue drain, which is next to the project area, as one area in the city that high risk of needing to be updated and revamped to sort of handle the storm drainage associated with the area. Next slide, please. So our concern with the addendum is that the basis for approval or for the findings of less than significant impact is just simply compliance with the NIPD's permit. And that alone isn't enough evidence on the city's side to make the findings necessary to establish less than significant impact. Next slide, please. So what we are asking the city to do prior to any project approval or revoking this project approval would be to conduct further drainage studies and actual analysis on whether or not those requirements will adequately reduce the flooding risks in the area. And then if there's any mitigations associated with that drainage study, including those as conditions of approval. So the applicant had referred to flow rates for pre and post development flows. That information was only available as of the letter they sent to the city on October 2nd, and for the appellant, only available for us when it was published in this agenda packet. That is the kind of information that needs to be in the addendum for the city to be able to show that this project won't actually have significant flooding impacts. As currently certified, there is no number backing to support that finding. It's just the future mitigation / compliance associated with the storm water permit. That is the basis for that less than significant finding. But on its face, that isn't enough. Next slide, please. So for our request is really just for the city to revoke these approved entitlements, withdraw the filed notice of determination, and conduct further review on this drainage impact. And for any future addendum include said information for public review and input, so that the validity can be examined. All right, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Is that the end of your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Any more public comment? Because any more presentation? If not, I have a public comment. So I'm opening it up for public comment now.
All right, so we have a number of speaker cards. As I did during public forum, I'm going to call 3 names in a row. I'm going to ask you to array yourselves between the 2 microphones that are lit up at the lectern. The first is going to be Doug, followed by Luis, and then Alejandro.
Good evening, Mayor, Montano, City Council members, staff. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Doug Cheshire. I'm a senior field representative for Carpenters Local 405 here in Santa Clara County, where I represent roughly 6,500 members, many of which recreate and raise their families right here in Milpitas. These families are part of the fabric of this community, and we believe they will be directly impacted by the environmental consequences of this project. The city should require this project to build with contractors who hire locally, pay prevailing wages, provide health care, and utilize apprentices from state-certified apprenticeship training programs. Workforce requirements are not just about fairness. They reduce construction-related environmental impacts while strengthening the local economy and workforce development. In fact, in a 2020 report titled "Putting California on the High Road," a Jobs and Climate Action Plan for 2030 concluded that investments in growing, diversifying, and upskilling California's workforce can positively affect returns on climate mitigation efforts. More recently, the state of California reaffirmed its commitment to workforce development and housing affordability through the Affordable Housing and High Road Jobs Act of 2022, AB 2011. This law requires projects to pay prevailing wages and hire from state-certified apprenticeship programs when meeting certain affordability and development standards. Beyond workforce issues, this project's environmental review process is legally flawed. The EIR and the EIR addendum appear to focus only on potential stormwater pollution while ignoring the increased likelihood of flooding. No drainage studies were conducted or included in either the original or EIR or addendum. No analysis was provided to show how regulatory requirements reduce flooding risk associated with the increase on impervious area. The EIR and the EIR addendum are clearly deficient under CEQA. I urge the City Council to take these concerns seriously, by requiring local higher prevailing wages and certified apprenticeship programs.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Luis, followed by Alejandro, and then Jose.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Honorable City Council members. My name is Luis Arguello. I'm the Proud Assistant Business Manager of La Una Labor's Local 270, representing close to 7,000 members in this area, a lot of which live here in the city of Milpitas. Now, our union has maintained a strong relationship with the developer here, Panattoni, for over a decade now, during which our members have consistently received fair wages, good benefits, and reliable employment. This project represents continued opportunities for skilled local workers and support responsible development in our community. I also want to note that following the recent presentation on manufacturing that we just had, projects like this play a key role in building the infrastructure and facilities that support long-term economic growth. These investments create careers that extend far beyond the construction phase and strengthen the local workforce for years to come. With that said, I ask for each and every single one of you to accept the recommendation from your staff and your very own Office of Economic Development and approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Alejandro, followed by Jose, and then Brian.
Good evening, City Council. As mentioned, my name is Alejandro Martinez. I've been a local 270 member for the past 10 years. I'm here in support of the 1000 Gibraltar Drive project. I would like to tell you a little bit about myself. After high school, I tried to go to college, have a career, a family, and it didn't go as planned for me. I found myself struggling. I am a single father, and I take care of a 9-year-old daughter. Thanks to the laborers, Local 270, I became a skilled laborer. Now I'm able to provide for my daughter. I was able to buy a house on my own and see my daughter grow in the same community. This job allows us to live and support working families like mine. Panattoni has been a proven and reliable partner because they work with union jobs by Also, this project brings a positive impact because they're going to bring livable wages with benefits to all of us. Thank you for your time, and I urge your support.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jose, followed by Brian, and then Manny.
Welcome.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Jose Mexicano, and I would like to tell you a little bit about myself. To start off, I've been a member of LIUNA, Labor's International Union North America, Local 270, for 19 years. Right after high school, I had my dreams to become a mechanic, so I attended WildTech. After 2 years of attending WildTech and graduating, I realized that making $12 an hour was not going to cut it for my family. I just found out I was going to be a father. So living paycheck to paycheck was going to be very difficult as a provider. After a few years and a change in a career into labor's union, and a lot of sacrifice, I was able to provide my wife, my daughter, with their own home. Now I have a beautiful family of 5, and I'm able to provide shelter for them. This is why I'm here to express my full support for this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Brian, followed by Manny, and then we have Esteban.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Brian Shields. I'm a field rep with Carpenters Local 405, and I thank you for the time to be able to speak tonight. As was just commented by LIUNA about Manufacturing Day and the work that this city put in for the workforce of tomorrow, behind me you see the workforce of today. And the workforce of today right now has no commitment whatsoever on the largest scope of work in this project. The men and women that are standing behind me, they represent everybody. This is a concrete tilt-up project, so you got to think about all the formwork that's going to go into that project, which is every single wall, every single opening, the floor, the deep foundation, pile driving, that's all inside the Carpenters Union. It's a 485,000 square foot project. All the racking systems that will go in, put in by our millwrights, which is part of the Carpenters Union as well. Think of the Carpenters Union as an umbrella, not a bunch of people with nails and wood. The racking systems, the conveyor systems, the roof structure that's going to be put up on this project, the drywall, the insulation, and all the roll-up doors. So you got to think about the superstructure of this project is going to be non-union, is not going to invest in your constituents, the people that you represent. The workforce of today will be left out. LIUNA, God bless them, their folks are going to go to work on there, but they do not represent the large majority of the work on this project. And Amazon is a profitable company. For it not to pencil out for them would be laughable. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Manny, followed by Esteban, and then Anthony.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members of Milpitas. My name is Emmanuel Zendejas, AKA Manny. I represent Local 104 members, hundreds of members that live and work here in this community. Panatonia has partnered with the building trades from the beginning, with the Building Trades Council. We have over 6 entities that are signatory with the building trades. So we have many unions that are associated with this. We would like you to reconsider and just keep this partnership going. Please support us union workers. We're all union. And Santa Clara Building Trades Council has been in partner with this. We ask your support and continue your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Esteban, followed by Anthony, and then Danny.
Thank you, Manny. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Esteban Ornelas. The community here knows me by Esti. I'm a proud Local 104 sheet metal worker, and I've been working this trade for the past 3 years. But more importantly, I'm a lifelong Milpitas resident, and I've always dreamed of giving back to the city that raised me. My goal has always been to work locally and support labor agreements that make that possible. Working in Milpitas doesn't just save me money on gas and vehicle maintenance, it also gives me valuable time with my family instead of long commutes. Through this work, I earn a livable wage that supports my family,
gives me health insurance, and a secure pension for my future. I believe in the American dream, that hard work should be rewarded, and that dedication strengthens our community, like many of my neighbors. I take pride in contributing to Milpitas through honest, skilled work, while also cherishing time with my family and friends. As you consider labor negotiations, I urge you to remember the real people behind the work, those of us who are committed to the city and its future. Fair agreements not only allow workers to thrive, but also keep our community strong and vibrant. I respectfully ask for your support. Happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Anthony, followed by Danny, and then Frank.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Montano and City Council members. My name is Anthony Fancao, and I've been a member of Local 104 Sheet Metal Workers for the past 13 years. But before I was a Local 104 member, I grew up here in Milpitas. I went to Kerner Elementary School, then I went to Russell Middle School, then I graduated Milpitas High School in class of 2010. I've made lifelong friends here in this city. I learned what it means to work hard in order to achieve your goals, to be fair and treat everyone equally, to try to help my community survive and make a livable wage so they could stay here. And this Amazon project that Panattoni is planning to develop does just that. They have partnered and worked with the local union building trades since the beginning of negotiations, and most of the work will be done by union members getting paid livable wages. For a long time before I got into the trades, I struggled quite a bit. It was hard to make a living. It was hard to just survive. But being in my local, with the livable wages that I attained through them, I'm able to survive now. I'm able to afford more than $15 a week of food a week, or $15 a week on food. And so that's why I really hope you guys support this project, because it helps support people like me that grew up in this community survive and make livable wages so that we're not just struggling anymore. And then hopefully my hometown of Milpitas can be considered more than just a speed bump between San Jose and Fremont. Thank you very much for your time and support.
Next, we have Danny, followed by Frank, and then Doug. Doug Block.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Danny Mangan. I'm a union representative and proud member of Sprinkler Fitters, Local 483. I represent over 1,000 members, many who live here in Milpitas, many who work here in the city of Milpitas as well. I'm here tonight to share my support for the project. For our members, it's about being able to support their families by establishing a stable career and earning union benefits and wages, and doing so close to home, as opposed to driving hours away to another job. Union apprenticeship programs train the next generation and the current generation of skilled workers, and this project creates an opportunity for those apprentices. This guarantees that the next generation has a local pathway into this industry and won't have to relocate in order to access this industry. So for those reasons, we urge you to support this project. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Frank, followed by Doug Block, and then Matthew Martinez.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Frank Austin. I'm the Assistant Business Manager for UA Local 393, plumbers, pipe fitters, steam fitters, and HVAC technicians serving Santa Clara and San Bernardino counties. I'm here tonight on behalf of many of our members who live and work right here in Milpitas, and to express our strong support for this project. Local jobs stimulate the economy. When workers earn good wages like ours, they spend their money here on groceries, gas stations, restaurants, and more. So supporting this project means that you're supporting local workers and Milpitas as a whole. After reviewing the presentation that was put on at the beginning of this, you could see that this is no ordinary Amazon building. It's going to deliver products and services, groceries and whatnot, to members of your community. This is a close-knit delivery service that's going to provide gig opportunities for a lot of people that live in your community to drive and deliver groceries locally and whatnot. That's a lot of stimulation for your economy and for the folks that live in this area. I spent about 30 years of my career servicing HVAC equipment on rooftops throughout this area. I know that area where this project is going in, and that building, what it looks like right now, is currently an eyesore for your community. So having a new development in that area is going to be great for the city of Milpitas. So I strongly urge that you continue on with this project. Thank you.
Next, we have Doug Block, followed by Matthew Martinez, and then Jose Arriaga.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name's Doug Block, and I'm with the Silicon Valley MEPS, which includes some of the people you heard from, the sheet metal workers, Local 104, sprinkler fitters, Local 483, IBEW, Local 332, UA 393, and the iron workers. And I'll actually ask our group to stand as well. We're happy to stand with the laborers tonight on this project and with the developer. You heard from some of us about the benefits this project is going to bring through creating good-paying union construction jobs. And Panattoni called us very early on to ask for an agreement because they share that goal in this project. As staff have noted, it will transform an outdated and abandoned industrial site and turn it into a modern facility which can bring sales tax revenue to this city. So I, along with my brothers and sisters, urge the City Council to recognize the meaningful partnership behind this project. We ask you to support our union trades, uphold the Planning Commission's approval, and grant the necessary permits so our members can get to work. Thank you.
Next, we have Matthew Martinez, followed by Jose Arriaga, and then Voltaire Montemayor.
Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Martinez. I'm a sheet metal worker from Local Union 104. I've been doing it for about 10 years. I'm a resident of Milpitas, right down the street. I'm a big supporter of this PLA because it drums up work for us, and we bring a quality of work that isn't really matched, as I've seen. I believe Milpitas deserves that. I would like to deliver that work to us and you guys. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Next, we have Jose Arriaga, followed by Voltaire Montemayor, and then Enrique.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jose Arriaga, and I'm here with the La Una Local 270. Just want to ask for your support in this project because you're not only putting money and food on the table for the people working there, but eventually once it gets going, you're also going to put money for the people that are going to be working in that building. As my counterpart carpenter said, God bless the carpenters, but as you can see, you're not only supporting the laborers, there's many other unions that are going to be working in this project. So it's not a one union thing, it's a multiple unions, multiple projects, multiple mouths that you're going to feed and be able to help build this community even more. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Voltaire Montemayor, followed by Enrique, and then Oscar.
Voltaire Montemayor of Milpitas. Again, I'm in between. I consider the word there, I think it's part of the appeal, which is the word impervious. But when it comes to air and oil, when there's impervious covering, then it may be a little bit of hardship to study and to resolve. But if we resolve that, we should be resolving that. I see the 3 minutes video. There should be a solution for that so that everybody will be happy on what. I'm not saying we are two big groups here now. We're all in the same groups. We should be thinking for everybody. So I was gonna say, eventually we should go for this project because I think it is more of the positive impact. I'm not trying to disconsider other sides, but they have a legit, whatever, should I mention the appeal there? So don't quote me as I'm citing people. I am for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Enrique, followed by Oscar.
Welcome.
Yes, good evening, Honorable Mayor and Honorable City Council members of Milpitas. I heard the statement of one of my carpenter brother, stating that most of the scope of work of this project is carpenters. That is a selfish mentality. We cannot be greedy. As you heard, many unions are gonna get a piece of the pipe of this project. So I strongly argue to support this project because many unions are involved and we support local hiring jobs. And especially nowadays, the country has a little inflation. We need to create more jobs, especially local jobs. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then we have Oscar.
Good evening. My name is Oscar Jimenez. So good evening to Madam Mayor and the council members. I am with LaUna Local 270. I have been a proud son of a laborer as well. Father's right here, actually. So investing in local labor is very important. It's including a diverse workforce of journey persons and apprentices is crucial for empowering our community. This approach creates numerous job opportunities, allowing local families, strong and honest workers to benefit economically as income circulates within our area. By harnessing a larger skilled labor pool, we enhance project efficiency and quality, leveraging the unique expertise of workers who understand local needs and its conditions. Prioritizing providing local skilled laborers fosters and developments a competent workforce, preparing future generations through training and mentorship programs. This inclusive strategy builds not just structures, but a resilient future where local residents claim ownership of their cities and contribute to sustainable growth and development. Ultimately, choosing local labor creates a framework for economic, social, and environmental benefits, ensuring that our communities thrive together. I ask that your support of efforts and our presence in this project to execute it effectively and to give back to our communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was the last public speaker card I had. Mayor, I believe now we would have the applicant's response.
Okay, you heard the city clerk, applicant rebuttal. You have 10 minutes, up to 10 minutes. 10 minutes and then 5 minutes for closing.
Hello, Steve Beauchamp with Panatone Development, the applicant. We should have Alex Merritt with Shepherd Mullen online to speak on behalf of the technical response to the EIR and CEQA.
They're joining as a panelist now. Thank you.
Great.
Welcome.
Alex has joined.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. I'm Alex Merritt, Land Use Counsel for the applicant. I just wanted to speak briefly on the technical CEQA issue. I've reviewed the appeal and the supporting letter from the carpenter's lawyer, and the sole focus of the appeal is a very narrow issue about hydrology. We submitted a response letter, including a technical report from the environmental consultant, First Carbon, which is included in your packets. In short, there is no merit to the carpenter's argument. They aren't supported by a hydrologist or another qualified expert. It's just a lawyer letter. And the thrust of the claim is that there's a dramatic increase in the impervious surface area on the project site. That's not accurate. Existing conditions are about 876,000 square feet of impervious surface area. The approved project had about 929,000, and the proposed is going to be 982,000. So it's a modest increase, and that's exactly the type of project change that is suitable for a CEQA addendum. And then beyond that, there's no evidence that the modest increase in impervious surface area would cause any new environmental impact. To the contrary, the city has imposed conditions of approval and required compliance with standard stormwater regulations, just as it would for any new development project. And those ensure that there will be no flooding or hydrology impacts. In fact, as you've heard, the project will improve stormwater conditions. And by the way, just to respond to something that the Carpenters representative said, there's no problem with relying on conditions of approval and compliance with regulations to ensure that impacts remain less than significant. That's standard practice under CEQA. And then finally, the only thing I'd add is we continue to hear challenges to the original EIR. Those are not appropriate. There's no basis on which to challenge the original EIR. The time to do that has long since expired. And there was no new information or argument in the Carpenter's presentation tonight. It was essentially just a repeat of the letter. Now, we're confident that the CEQA addendum prepared by the city's independent environmental consultant and reviewed by staff is legally adequate. No further review or study is needed. And so for all those reasons, we'd ask that you deny the appeal and approve the project.
Thank you, Alex. And my name is Elizabeth Klass. I am the senior civil engineer on the project representing Panattoni and Amazon. So really what I'm here for is just to kind of reiterate what Alex and Christina have already said about the project and as a response to the appeal. So just to clarify too, the FEMA flood zone that we're in is an X shaded, which means that there's 1% chance to 0.2% chance of flood risk. It's considered moderate, but it's not a special flood hazard. It's not within a special flood hazard area. So no further mitigation was required for our project. And then in addition to that, you know, the project is increasing impervious area. However, we are implementing bioretention planters. And as you may or may not know, you know, the planters act to not only treat and infiltrate the stormwater runoff before it goes into the storm drain system in the street, but it also acts to detain the water. And so we are lowering the amount of runoff coming off of the site in the proposed condition. Really, ultimately, again, we're making the project better than the existing condition today, and both the stormwater runoff, we're treating it and we're discharging at a lower rate. And then the last thing I just want to mention quickly is in the City of Milpitas Storm Drain Master Plan, that it does identify certain areas of potential flood risk. Our project is not identified as a potential area. There is one area that's, you know, again, that was mentioned earlier on Ames Avenue, which is a little ways away from our site. But I would say that with our project and the post-condition flow discharging less than what there is now, it actually makes the situation better for any upstream potential flooding. So I'll hand it over to Steve with Panattoni.
Thanks, Liz. Again, Steve Beauchamp, Panattoni Development, the applicant. Thank you, City Council members. As you've heard, this really is not a flood or drainage issue. It's more about a labor agreement. And as you've seen, we are in specifically our general contractor has reached a labor agreement with several union members, 6 of them actually. So this is about just having a reasonable and fair negotiation with those trades. We've had an open door policy to have those discussions and have those negotiations. And it just so happens that our general contractor is signatory to the Carpenters Union in Southern California. So there's nothing specifically against any particular unions or trades. We are impartial to whether it's a union signatory general contractor. And again, we have an open door policy and prefer and recommend, project labor agreements with the subcontractor trades. But that's for our general contractors to agree to because it falls under their arrangement with the trades and the subcontracting. So I think that's, puts out a good even position on where we stand for this. We open source, our general contractors. Amazon is to say the least, a high maintenance client and account, very demanding of our general contractors, very demanding of our subcontractor trades. And so we seek out experienced and qualified contractors as our first and foremost priority, in addition to hiring local trades and supporting the local community. Our general contractor's been operating for 15 years in the Bay Area, so they are not an outsider. This is not a company that rolled in from New York or Chicago. They've been doing work here locally, and they've been working with the local unions. As I stated before, we have extensive PLAs, project labor agreements with multiple trades and throughout the state of California. So there's no issue there. And I think, lastly, it's just we appreciate your support for this project. And again, this is not a drainage issue. It's more of a negotiation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay, so I think it's now the appellant has some closing remarks. Or not the applicant, the appellant, excuse me.
Hello, yes. First, just thank you for having the hearing and listening to all of the public comment. We appreciate the city's willingness to listen on this issue. Again, we would just like to emphasize that this is about making sure there's sufficient analytical support within the record to find that there is no flood risk. As currently provided in the addendum, it is just a consistency with a stormwater permit. There's nothing finding that consistency actually reduces flood risk. The applicant has shown they have apparently some analysis prepared through the response letter. All we're asking is that that be included in the addendum and be made available for the public, since as an addendum, it's not made or not circulated for public input. You already are limiting the options and availability of the public to comment on these issues. So all we're requesting is that the analytical evidence be provided in the record to establish the less than significant impact that the city is saying will happen for this project. That is all. Thank you.
Is that it? Are you finished?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And so now the applicant closing remarks.
Just very quickly, this is Alex Merritt again, the Land Use Counsel for the applicant. And the only thing I want to add, I think, we've already made all the arguments that we need to make. We didn't hear anything new in the rebuttal there. But the carpenter's lawyers seem to be suggesting that you need to recirculate the addendum with the additional comment letters. I just want to clarify that that's not a procedure that exists under CEQA. The addendum isn't circulated for public review in the first place, so there's no basis on which to recirculate it. And that's all I would add.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would just add that the what's being asked for is the technical data. A lot of that comes with the construction design documents. So there's a full drainage study and there's full SWIP measures that go in with our construction drawing permit application, and that's running through that process. And there are conditions that call out those requirements. So we're meeting all the requirements of the project.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And so now, after hearing the applicant, the appellant, the applicant again, I'm going to close the public hearing and move on to my colleagues for council discussion. We have the first one is Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. For disclosure and based on the request of the applicant, I met with them regarding the 1,000 Gibraltar project.
Okay, thank you for that. Questions for the applicant? Or go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question with our staff, Director or Christine or Director Lee. The appellant says that there is a significant increase in the impervious area, while the applicant says it's not accurate and there's only a modest increase. What do you guys say?
Thank you, Councilmember Chua, for your question. I would just say, as we mentioned in the agenda report and presentation, that the city does have very well-established procedures in place. The city's engineering division under the land development division, they do, I would say, any project after July 1st, 2023 has to meet the county's latest C3 impervious surface area requirements. And one of these thresholds is that if a non-residential project removes or replaces 5,000 square feet of impervious area. So, right, even that 5,000 amount is a lot lower than how much they're going to be reconstructing, right? So they are going to have to do a lot more site improvements to meet modern requirements, including the drainage improvements, right, such as bioretention basins. You know, you can think of things like every few years that the standards by the county or other state or federal agencies are more strict over time. So they are harder to meet, and they do, you know, engineering studies to kind of analyze this. And as we mentioned before, we would not have taken a project to the Planning Commission or any public hearing if there was any major outstanding issues, such as the flood concerns or impervious surface area issues that the Land Development Division is concerned about. So,
if I could just add, so I think whether it's considered significant or not is semantics, but really the concern is not the level of impervious surface increase. Any new development is going to result in an increase in impervious surface area.
Mm-hmm.
The question is really how much runoff is happening. And with all the LID, low impact development measures that are being put in place, which are going to be a significant improvement from the existing conditions of the site, based off of staff, Public Works, Department of Public Works, consultants who are experts in this field, have all concluded that this would be an improvement from the existing condition. And that's really what we're analyzing when we look at CEQA, is how does it compare to the existing condition? So that would be my response. That's good.
Thank you. It's been mentioned that in order to mitigate the probable increase in impervious surface, that the applicant is suggesting planters. Well, what percentage should be dedicated to planters in order to mitigate whatever is increased in impervious surface?
So I may want to defer to our Public Works Manager, Roberto, for the details. I think just high level, that is determined by like the see-through requirements, and the applicant can meet it in various ways. But the point of it is to divert runoff, to also treat the runoff, but also divert it from going into the stormwater system or somewhere else to minimize flooding. So it depends. You can use a combination of impervious surfaces, bioswales, a variety of measures but there is a goal, like an objective goal that must be reached. But the way you get there, there's some flexibility there.
Mm. And that's going to be included in your report someday. I mean, the final report, right?
Yeah, the plans already show what measures they are proposing. It'll be enforced or confirmed as they go through the building permit process, and then construction happens. We have our staff inspect and make sure that whatever is being shown in the plans are actually going to be built that way to ensure that all the requirements are met.
Okay. Another concern from the appellant is the consistency with standard is insufficient. How do you answer that?
That's a pretty fairly common method of analysis for all CEQA documents. We review CEQA documents very often, and the CEQA consultants who prepared the documents are reputable firms who are on our on-call consultants, meaning we've gone through a whole process to select 5 or 6 of the best ones. So the method of the analysis used is common not only for that topic, but for many other topics. So it wasn't anything different than what we've seen for other projects.
So you're saying it's not inconsistent, right? It's not insufficient.
Yes, that is
It is
staff's
sufficient.
take.
And Councilmember Chu, if I may respond just to because it is a legal point that's being raised. The very CEQA guideline that the appellant pointed to actually says that cities should consider those standards. What the applicant pointed out is the city cannot, in consideration of those standards, do so in a way that forecloses consideration of any other substantial evidence presented in the record. And I think that that's the issue that the team was pointing out, is that this is being built to a rigorous set of standards, and that the appellant has failed to show any factual evidence that would suggest that those standards would not be adequate to address the issues as identified in the EIR and then later in the addendum.
Got it. And my last one is, I have those 2 concerns from the appellant, and there is an ask from the appellant based on the feedback from the lawyer to do a drainage study. What's our take on that?
After confirming with the city's Public Works Division Manager for Traffic and Land Development, a drainage study is only required when the site is in a FEMA-designated special flood hazard area, and this project site is not located in a special flood hazard area. However, there are interrelated requirements to ensure that the related project design and site improvements, including the infrastructure improvements and the on and off-site public improvements, including storm drain, is analyzed carefully, and this occurs during the building permit review phase, during post-entitlement that the city's engineers coordinate with the applicant on. One of the conditions of approval that's related to this is number 40, storm drain design, which states that the permittee shall submit storm drain hydrology and hydraulic calculations based upon a 10-year storm drain event to justify the size of the storm drain lateral flowing full without surcharging the main line pipe, and to be reviewed and approved by the engineering division. The applicant's construction level detail drawings during the building permit phase will include these details, and the engineering division does not approve any related building permits for constructed until they have satisfied all of their concerns. Also, as mentioned before, the city's established process by the engineers do carefully review all issues related to flood zone and impervious area. And since construction level drawings are very expensive to prepare, typically many of these detailed studies are required during the building permit review phase. Also, the project engineer's response letter was included as an attachment. And as we mentioned, it demonstrates that the peak flow will be better from 54.2 cubic feet per second to 49.1. Are there further questions on that?
No, that's it. I think you answered. You answered my question on the first 5 sentences. So I'm good. Mayor, if I may, I just want to thank the different unions for being here tonight. We really do appreciate your feedback. I want to thank the Carpenters Union. I didn't know there's so many unions. I just learned that tonight. I would like to say thank you to all of you, and Local 104, 403, 393, 270, and overall the LIUNA. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to make any comments? I'd like to piggyback on your comment, Councilmember Chua, regarding the storm drainage. So Director Lee, will there be bioswales in the plan?
Yes.
Oh, that's good to hear. It's to be environmentally friendly. And also, I think there was someone mentioned about the PCI being 65, I believe. And we've always, Councilmember Chua and I serve on the, well, not any longer, but we served on the Transportation Subcommittee. And one of our goals was to have a PCI throughout the whole city of 70. Is that site going to have close to 70 or 70 for the PCI? because since there is going to be a lot of transportation.
Thank you, Matt Cano, Assistant City Manager. So Roberto Alonso, our Division Manager in Public Works, can add on to this. However, our citywide PCI pavement condition index based on our last study is at 70.
Oh, great.
And it is our
Okay.
goal to keep it there. Our next pavement condition index analysis will be later next year. And so we'll have another update at that time. Based on the recent pavement we've done on Great Mall Parkway, we do hope that it'll go up a little bit.
Great. Okay, thank you. And then one more. There are a few small businesses in that area, and I recall one of them was elated when they said that now their internet services work phenomenal because there's a company put in what do you call it, the fiber optics in that area. So I'm wondering if the applicant knows that there are fiber optics in that area, and if they don't, they should communicate so that way there won't be any interference with I don't even know where they put the fiber optics, if they put them on the roads or some other site. But yeah, they can just communicate with them. But yeah, the fiber optics work wonderful. There's great internet services there.
Okay, we'll do that.
Okay, and then so I heard from many unions, and I'll be honest, this is the first time I've seen opposing unions, because and I really appreciate Enrique calling them brothers, because even though they might be opposing, but you still have that brotherhood, sisterhood. I mean, you're all, unions. You gotta, it's something it's a beautiful thing. You guys working together. I know this time, I don't know what's happened, but the fact of the matter is, this project, I don't see it. I don't see that. I think it's a wonderful thing. It's going to create jobs. It's going to, right now, there's a lot of homeless that are breaking into it, stealing the copper, and it's a mess. And our police officers have to go there all the time. So it'll really improve the site, and it'll create a lot of jobs. And furthermore, we'll create sales tax so that we can have PCIs 80, 70 high, so people don't have to drive in potholes. I think this is a good project, and I'm hoping that that my colleagues will approve this project. Any more comments from anyone? We have Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
I've read the report several times, to be honest with you, and try to understand things, right? Is it technical? Well,
is it on? Yeah.
Did wordly catch my first few sentences? All right. So I've been reading the report, listening to everyone, and I'm trying to ascertain what the issue is, right? Everybody was talking about technical measurements, floods, and technical requirements. But in front of us are a few groups, right? The applicant, the appellant, the carpenter union. And I can understand it. There's something else. There is something else on this. And the applicant, I think, spit it out a while ago. It's about labor. So let me ask this from Local 405. What makes you happy other than addressing what you have put in your appeal with regards to the project? Your lawyer can answer that, or any representative from Local 405 would be able to respond.
Is Grace still on? Holbrook?
Yes, I am.
Grace, did you want to speak to that? I think that we want to, what was brought up was the environmental concerns, to see that those are being met.
Well, if that's your answer, I ask, right? If that's the only basis of why you're appealing this, then, you will have the decision tonight. Is there something else?
No, I mean, this is what was brought forward. The appeals is based off the environmental concerns.
All right. Well, thank you.
Okay. So anyone else from this council that would like to make any comments? Is anybody ready to make a motion? Okay. Do you want to go, man? Go. Okay. We have Councilmember Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
All right. My motion is I move to deny the appeal.
I second it. Okay. Let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb.
Aye.
Councilmember Lian.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. Okay. That has passed unanimously. All right, moving on to Leadership and Support Services, City Manager. Thank you, everyone, for showing up. It's very straightforward.
I'm glad they showed for once. Then I think I understood.
All right, City Manager, item 13.
Thank you, Mayor. The next item is for the council to consider appropriating unassigned fund balance or reserves based on the November 4th, 2025 prioritization vote. And we have with us Matt Kano and Julie Minot.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council and City Manager. So again, Matt Kano, Assistant City Manager, and Julie Minot from our City Manager's team as well, here tonight to discuss potential one-time funding options. This is an item that was continued from the November 4th City Council meeting. Next slide, please. So we'll briefly review the prioritized items that the City Council prioritized on November 4th, just as a reminder to us all. And then we'll discuss some options for the potential use of one-time funding that the City Council may want to consider allocating to projects and programs this evening. And then if there is any one-time funding, we'd ask Council to adopt a resolution to appropriate those fund balances or reserves approved for the one-time priorities. Next slide, please. So to refresh our memory, on November 4th, the City Council advanced 7 new priority projects or programs and ranked them along with a few existing projects that hadn't started yet in categories starting with high priority, important, and nice to have. And you'll see those items on the screen in front of you. And we'll discuss them more on the next few slides. And so I'll just pause here for a moment so we can refresh our memory on this slide, but I'm not going to review all of them on this slide. Okay, and then again, these are the items that are now on the prioritized list. A few of them, the police office and fentanyl, were already on the prioritized list, but the rest of them were new from the November 4th discussion. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. Oh, no, this is fine. We can leave it here. So during the past budget process, we discussed the availability of one-time funds and Council's desire to return in the fall for a discussion on the use of those funds in alignment with the City Council's priorities for projects and programs for the City of Milpitas. On November 4th, the Mayor and City Council, we had an agenda item that was for our council prioritization effort for new programs and policies. And there is also an option and information on that agenda item to potentially allocate funding to projects and programs. And the council directed us to defer the funding discussion of that or continue the funding discussion of that to a December City Council meeting. So based on that direction, we are We have continued that to this evening's meeting and are presenting the availability of one-time funds to you this evening, as well as the potential projects and programs that you may allocate it to. The table on this slide provides the available one-time general fund dollars that are available for reallocation either now, this evening, or at a future city council meeting, or during the next budget process that we're about to embark on for the next fiscal year. We have community investment funds. These are formerly the American Rescue Plan Act funds, and these are available funds from projects that have either been completed or funds that hadn't been allocated. And so we have about $472,000 remaining there. We have a payment from the Stratford School project as part of the development agreement that the city negotiated with them. We have a reimbursement from VTA for street improvements that were a result of the BART construction. This was a negotiated dollar amount that we were able to receive from VTA recently based on the impacts of the BART construction and truck traffic on our city streets. And based on the fiscal strategy efforts that we've been moving forward with and looking at existing contracts, there's about $1 million that staff has identified that can be liquidated due to expired contracts. As we consider allocating this funding, there's total $3.3 million. It's important to note that this is one-time funding, which means it's not available on an ongoing basis, and wouldn't be advised to allocate it to projects or programs that would have ongoing needs. The table at the bottom of this shows there's 2 slides coming up. One is based on city council prioritized projects. The other is based on some staff recommendations for some other items that have brought up by council. If the council were to allocate all of the funding to the next 2 slides this evening, that would total about $1.8 million and leave about $1.5 million remaining. Next slide, please. So these are items that are on the council prioritization list. Many of them are new from the November 4th prioritization effort. These are items that are on the list that currently have cost estimates that have been created and are in need of funding if they're continued to move forward. I'll briefly review them right now. And this is, again, the first of 2 slides with potential funding actions. The first is a temporary police office. You'll see a note that we received based on conversations and feedback from the mayor, who's the project sponsor, that if we move forward with funding this, want to evaluate options that could include the community usage of this building as well as just a police office. It should be noted the original cost estimate was based on a police department office. So if this does move forward, we would need to relook at the cost estimate and come back to the city council early in the new year with some options that could include whether it's just a police office or community uses.
So I wanted to, would this be the time, because I did have a meeting with Jared, would this be the time to bring this
Sure,
up?
absolutely. I was just going to walk through each of them, but we can pause on each one if you'd like.
I'll let you finish.
Okay, I'll briefly walk through the rest. Then Strategic Land Acquisition Revenue Fund. This is a current fund in our city budget of $710,000 that is here, that is available for us to move forward with opportunities that could to purchase land that could enhance the city's revenue and a long-term financial sustainability. And this was prioritized, and so if council wanted to add additional funding to this, we could, and $200,000 could be a recommended dollar amount. The Storefront and Crime Prevention Business Assistance Program that was prioritized, the estimated one-time cost of this is $100,000. The Ring Doorbell Initiative, the estimated cost of this would be $120,000. The City Council Special Events Fund, estimated one-time cost of $10,000, and enhancing the ADU permit subsidy program for our residents of one-time cost of $60,000. Next slide, please. This is a final slide other than the conclusion. This slide provides additional potential one-time funding opportunities based on items which have been raised as priorities by members of the City Council through other processes outside of our traditional prioritization process, such as the City Council budget study sessions where we discuss the importance of FIFA and Super Bowl and the economic development strategy. The Items listed on here are the library improved security and maintenance of $300,000. I did want to note something from our Public Works Director. If the City Council wants to move forward with this at a lesser dollar amount of $100,000 or $200,000, we could, and we could put some of that money towards security and some towards repairs. Parks Improvement Grant Matching Funds. This would be a fund where we could, we have some parks where we've started some design work, but we need grant funding to actually complete the construction, and such as Sandalwood, and this could be used as a matching fund to start applying for grants for construction of park projects such as Sandalwood, or potentially even a new park somewhere in the city where we need new parks. Main Street revitalization of $100,000 that could go towards various beautification efforts on Main Street. Enhancing the Milpitas Youth Force Summer Job Program, expanding the emergency motel stay program, putting funds towards FIFA and Super Bowl events and small business promotion. This item would put money towards events, especially for FIFA, such as Taste of Milpitas, marketing, and events and lighting of City Hall for our community as FIFA moves forward. We've already discussed that to take advantage, we've probably lost the window of opportunity to take advantage of that type of activity for the Super Bowl, since it's coming up on us pretty quickly here. And the economic development strategy, our current economic development strategy has expired, and we really want to move forward with ensuring that we're focusing on the right items from an economic development perspective. And so this could fund a new economic development strategy for us to implement upon approval of the City Council. And so with that next slide, please. So again, this just as a summary, the mayor and city council is, it's your choice, obviously, to allocate any of the funding towards these priorities and initiatives this evening, or wait for a future council meeting and discussion to do so. But we wanted to ensure that we followed your desire and direction to continue this item for a December meeting. That's why we're here this evening. So with that, we're available for any questions.
I'd like to go back to the slide with the, I did have a discussion with our chief about the, no, it's the next one. I think 6, yeah. So the temporary police office on Main Street. So I spoke to Jared and I asked him what was the issue about him not wanting the word police on there. And so he did mention that because we've been wanting a police station, and he's afraid that if we have the word police there, that the community will not, want to vote for a future bond for our sorely needed police station. So I compromised and I said, okay, we'll take off the word police and make it a community room. So for the community, but the police can still go there and write their reports and go to the bathroom. So that's that. So now you guys have the background knowledge on that.
Could I ask for a brief clarification, Mayor, when you say community room, similar to maybe where the police community room is right now at the police station, where the community could rent it out for meetings and such?
Yeah, well, I was thinking about the Milpitas Historical Society has been looking for a place, and it would be ideal for them to have their meetings there. People that want to have a meeting. So
Okay, thank you.
That's the way I'm looking at it. Okay, so I think William has your hand raised. Go ahead.
Do you mean this community room to be rent out or free?
We could rent it out. I guess when the time, it could be a moneymaker. It would depends what the council wants, if they want to rent it out or just have it as a community room. But see, we don't pay any rent because that belongs to the city. And to me, if it belongs to the city, it belongs to the people.
Yeah, I like to be free of charge for anyone who want to schedule meetings, or is it at least a place for people can have meetings.
Yeah, I like that, your thought process. So, all right, our city manager has a comment.
Yeah, a couple of things. The first on, if it's free of charge, it still would be at a cost to the city to provide a service, whether it's setting up the room, keeping the room clean, securing the room. And so we would need to identify a subsidy as it's built out so that the council could make it available free of charge. We'd still have to have a funding source to charge. However, I just want to bring to the council's attention that the scope of this referral that has been voted on and prioritized by council is changed to the extent that you're now talking about, you've shifted from a police office, and if the cost in front of you was positioned for a police office for a site that we all went to go see with the chief and with Christian. If we're changing this to a community room, I want to be mindful that this cost in front of you was for a police office, but second, the time that you voted, it was for a police office and it was ranked accordingly. And so if you're changing it to a community room, I think the council just needs to either by consensus acknowledge that that's how you want to move forward and preserve the priority vote, or have further discussion. Because just like we did with the last time when we had to revote, the scope was misunderstood of the intention, and it caused for everybody to have to revote. And I certainly don't want to bring you back to that position, but I have to, at least from a governance standpoint, and it is acknowledged to the council that this has been prioritized and it was estimated and cost estimated under a police office, not a community office. And the location had already been determined as to where it would be identified. And so that is a changed nature, and I want to call that out so there's no confusion about that.
So for clarification, so if we preserve what would be the process to preserve the priority vote, or to just go back and leave it as a police office? Because that's what the council voted for.
I think since it's already been voted on and as the understanding of the police office, if there is consensus by the council that you are comfortable expanding the scope, then that's fine, right? And preserving the priority, that should be fine. But acknowledging that the cost is specific for the police office.
Right. So would the cost be lower if it was a community room?
We have to go and understand what your vision is or what the vision was for a community room, bring that back to the council.
Yeah, because it seems to me that it would be lower because with a police station, you would have to be modifications for the safety of the police officer. So I'm not sure, so.
Yeah, that's why we're calling to the attention is there's two things that are happening at once. The first is that the 310,000 is for the police office and the original scope. The second is a priority vote by council has been established. It's been before the council a couple times. And if to the extent that the scope changes, the council either has to be comfortable with that, or you guys have to pause and have a discussion.
Okay. All right, so Councilmember Chua has her hand. Councilmember Lin.
Yes, I'm on that same item, Mayor. Since we voted on it and it was 310, and it says this is to be occupied by the police personnel. So if we are going to change that, and I don't understand why the changes, can you share with me?
I already mentioned that, but Jared does not want the word police community room. Just the word because. In the future, he wants to have a new building, and the voters might get confused and say, "Well, you already have an office or room, so why should we?" That's the rationale. I mean, I would still like to keep the police slash, because, but I would like to just keep it. But I'm trying to do a win-win. But you know what? If the council feels it, just leave it as is, and then we'll just have to do it. Okay. That's what I wanted, yeah. Okay. All right, so we're going to leave it as is then.
Let me just.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Barbadillo.
Right, I don't see any problem regardless of the chief's opinion that people will be confused when we do a bond, if ever, right, it will be well defined, and this priority of ours are well defined as a police office. So I think we're good. If that's what you want, Mayor, temporary
And
police
that's,
office.
and I'll be honest, that's what I really wanted, but I was trying to be respectful, I guess, but you know, the community to me, that they need that Jerry's Market, it keeps getting robbed all the time, and then plus, you know, in that area, they need police presence.
But when
So
you ask a ban later on, it's going to be 310 million, so it will be well explained.
Yeah, let's just leave it then. Okay,
Not
we'll just leave it.
300.
All right.
I agree with thank you, Mayor. I agree with everyone. That was the whole intent, the original purpose. And there was a reason why there was a request. And the request has not changed. Why change the solution?
Right, that's a good point.
So I'm going to leave it. I agree with everybody.
I
Leave it
agree,
as
yeah.
is.
Okay, we'll leave it as is. Okay? So, Matt, continue.
Oh, thank you. Just leave it to the mayor and city council for any direction you'd like to provide, if there's anything you'd like to allocate funding to this evening.
So you want us to, I think William had his hand raised, because,
Yeah, I'd like to bring up number 5. I'm not sure whose idea. I think it's a great idea for council special event fund.
yeah, I would, yeah, because sometimes we get invited to different events,
Yeah,
but
that shouldn't take too much of the staff time. So why is it there? Yeah.
it's not that much. It's just, you know, it's just piddlings.
1,000 per person.
To be clear, this item is not for a prioritization issue. This is for allocating money
Oh,
to pay for
okay.
prioritizations or other priority projects.
So I would move this item going forward.
It would be to allocate some of the one-time funds to that project.
Let me just rephrase it. So during the budget process, the council acknowledged that there were several sources of funds that were available, that were one-time dollars, and asked for staff to come back in the fall so that council could consider how it wanted to spend the one-time dollars. And so that's what you see before you, because when we were preparing for the October, I think it was the first session was on October, if you're establishing priorities and there concurrently you have us coming back in fall to fund with one time, we said, let's have them use the same pot of money to fund their priorities. So it's really merging two council directions so that you guys have a broader view of what can be funded.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. I would like to, whoever raised this point, it's a great idea. I'd like to move this going forward. So I would move to fund this $10,000 for this item.
Councilmember Lamb, if I make a suggestion, if there are multiple different items that the council wants to fund tonight after discussions, it might be most advantageous to have that as one consolidated motion so that we don't have multiple motions, multiple votes in the record.
And I'm keeping track of what council members are recommending to fund, so I can summarize that for you all as well at the appropriate time.
I think it's more clear to
If I
do
may,
one at a
council
time.
member, we could take a consensus of taking each item forward for allocation, and then we could consolidate them as one motion at the end.
Good idea.
Okay.
Consensus.
So this would be a consensus vote for allocating 10,000 for the council special events fund. Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Councilmember Lien,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. Okay, how much do we have left? We have, I hope somebody's keeping the balance.
You know, this is your item, so if you guys want to postpone it till mid-year, or if you want it, there's
Okay, we
lots
have
of opportunities and options for you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Can we go to slide number 3? I just want to make clear, because about the smart expansion, there are only 2 suggestions on that smart, and that's coming from Councilmember Lamb to expand it to the airport. And my suggestion was to expand it to the regional hospital in San Jose. I want that clear first because depending on where we're going, it will dictate how much is going to be spent on that request. Because there's no other suggestions other than those 2. Can we keep it, you have it like that?
Yeah, actually, I checked out the mileage. It's almost the same, going to San Jose
really?
Airport and going
There
to
you go.
regional. So
There you
it's about 7 miles. So my suggestion to the staff earlier was $10.
Okay.
$10
I like that.
for residents.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. So yes, Councilmember Chua, we, the direction we've received and what Planning Director Lee, who oversees the SMART program, has already started engaging with our
What I'm
consultant.
saying is,
on-
please make it clear that
Yes.
there are only 2 destinations that we're asking for funding. And
Cor-
you guys are going to estimate that.
Correct.
Based on
That's in the
Councilmember Lamb.
record, yeah.
Yes, that is clear.
And it's
Thank you.
just to drop off, it's not to
It's not the
pick
way.
them back, not to, bring them back. It's just one way.
Correct. And we'll make sure we're going to provide regular reporting on the status of priority issues. And next time you see this written down, it'll be very clear it'll be more clear in the name.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else?
We funded 10,000
Actually, and I want to
Do you have anything?
and another one I want to point out is the Ring Doorbell Neighborhood Initiative.
Doesn't have to be Ring.
Yeah.
It could be
So
anything else.
so actually,
We're going to get everybody.
that's what I was thinking. It doesn't need to be Ring. And then I check out. There are over 20 brands of 20 to 30 brands of doorbells. So I would, if you, Councilmember Chua, if you don't mind, I'd like to modify that a little bit.
Sure.
Instead of for the city buying the doorbell camera, I would have a refund program. Whoever buys a doorbell cameras, they would proof of purchase and a proof of installation and need to require to register to Milpitas Police Department for investigation purpose. So if they meet all 3 criteria, I would suggest a refund of $60.
Why create
Uh,
more work for
Couns-
staff?
If I may,
City Attorney here?
yeah, if I may. So for that particular item, when it got prioritized, and I think it was well discussed and well said in the record, was that the direction for the prioritization was to come back with proposals and to have a discussion on how that program should work, including these kinds of aspects of any different formulation, right? That was council's direction. The issue for tonight, from a Brown Act perspective, is if you want to dedicate funding for that program, and if so, at what amount. In terms of setting out that program and how it should operate, we'd have to come back at a later council meeting because that's not what this item's been agendized for.
No, that's fine. But I just want to suggest that.
And that's not what that one of the things I think that's difficult is the cost estimate was based on information that Councilmember Chua gave us that we modeled this pricing at. And so to the extent that scope changes, then we would have to come back with modified
With
budgets.
the addition of comments
Yeah,
from.
instead of, because the doorbell camera prices had dropped dramatically, instead of funding 120,000 for 1,000 camera. For 1,000 camera of any brand, we just refund $60, so it will be $60,000 instead of 120,000. And also we are refunded to the residents, so they would buy any brand they want to. That one might be even better. Some people might not want Ring doorbell because there are subscription fee.
Right.
There are lots of doorbell cameras. They just insert a SD card and you don't require
Require
to
subscription. Yeah, that's
subscription.
So, Mayor, so
You are just creating more work
I
for
I let
staff.
everybody,
No, it's not
I
more,
turned
it's
everybody's
actually-
mic on, so
Yeah, it's
that's
less.
fine.
as long as you're
Actually, less
respectful
work,
with each other.
less reliability too.
Okay.
I would want to meet with the police department and understand the workload and where there would be staff capacity to do the work in terms of inspecting the installation of Ring and the processing of the refund.
No, it's not a, actually what I propose is a a proof of the purchase receipt and a probably few photos of the installations. And they are required to have a registration, just right now, they're volunteer program, but instead of volunteer program, if they want the refund from the city, they must register as a investigation device.
The original program was scoped as a giveaway. I believe I still have the paperwork of where
Yeah, I saw that.
there was a request for proposals that was done. San Leandro picked Ring and, or I don't know if they did an RFP, and it was a process of giving away the Ring for the individual to install it. And they signed off that they would give access to the cameras in the event of a crime. And the proposal of the administrative work of processing up to 1,000 refunds, right? I owe it to this council to come back as terms of, is there an impact on workload with processing a high level of refunds? And what would the hours be, or what would be the jolt within the organization to, we really didn't plan for having to process 1,000 refunds. And so there could be issues that come up. And so I'm telling you that the 120 is based on a different model, but I would bring something back if that's the case and talk with the chief.
Yeah, it is a lot of
and
work for
also-
staff, I'm telling you.
Right. And also, I think the proposal has a purpose so that it can be used when something happens. So if you let me buy a $10 camera, then it wouldn't serve a purpose. So there should be a standard. I think that's something that, there should be a standard what kind of camera, that will be useful just in case the other purpose of the suggestion of a Ring camera is to be satisfied for investigation purposes. So
Okay.
yeah.
Well, one thing I just want to bring up is I don't want to burden the residents for paying monthly subscriptions.
Well, if they don't want to, they won't, join or they won't sign up for a free camera.
I believe it's the monthly descriptions is how you get the film archived.
Yeah.
So where you can actually have a police officer say, hey, there was a crime here. It's Friday afternoon, and they say there was a crime on Sunday evening. It's the subscription that allows for you to archive the film.
Yes.
And particularly, you want a film that is quality so that you can start to recognize face. There's some cameras where there might be less they might be cheaper, and the quality of the film isn't as good. It would serve no purpose. And so to the extent that we start doing that, we'll want to have a deeper conversation in terms of what are the details and the specs.
Yeah, I don't mind to have a standard of cameras, but the only thing I like to have is the camera can have a SD card insertion. So the resident doesn't carry the burden of subscriptions.
Right. I have a subscription, it's very reasonable, a year. I think it's about
How much?
20 or 30 a year.
Really?
Right, and then it
$20?
keeps archives things, and I think that's very useful.
And I also
City-
think that
Right,
many
city manager is right,
residents.
you can go
Yeah,
like 5 days before, sorry, for an archive, and if that's something that
didn't know it's that
investigation
simple.
needs, right, very.
I mean, a lot of them have already installed the camera at their home.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so,
Well, this, that one need for discussion then.
yeah. So we want to keep it as is?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And let's do a consensus then?
Could I ask, is the recommendation to provide a funding amount?
Sure, why not?
Yeah, this is entirely to allocate funding. We would need to determine the amount of funding you want to allocate. Is it the recommended amount? And that's what we would take consensus on, not if the item stays the same or changes.
Mayor,
Am I
I
looking at
would
the
like,
wrong one?
based on, Mayor,
No, go ahead.
based on the feedback from Councilmember Lamb, I would like to reduce that to, because he said there's so many, so many brands out there that's fairly inexpensive now. I would like to reduce that to 80,000. That's okay with the rest of the council.
Why don't you reduce to 60? A lot of people
Oh,
already
60,
have. Yeah.
60,
A lot
half
of
of
people
it.
already have.
I don't have.
Yes, I agree.
It's
with that.
$50.
All right, then this will be a consensus vote to allocate $60,000
Right.
for the doorbell camera initiative. Vice Mayor Barbadillo?
60 no pwede na.
I'm fine with that, I agree. It's 1,200 cameras.
Councilmember Chua?
Yes, aye.
Councilmember Lamb?
All right.
Councilmember Lian?
Yes.
Mayor Montano?
Aye. Okay.
That's good enough.
And I,
The 60 to-
60.
Goodness.
so, I'm going to propose, I think we already decided, right?
Which
We have
one?
to do a consensus, the police.
Yes, you're good.
Okay.
We're going to allocate that 301,000 to the police.
Correct, we have not done that. yet.
It's already been approved. How many times? do
So
you need
the
to approve?
strategic land,
You approve the scope, maintain the scope.
Okay, let's approve the funding. Go.
yeah, so that's the.
All right, this is consensus for the police
Number
state,
one.
the
Number one.
310,000 for the police station.
301.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo?
Aye.
Councilmember Chua?
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb?
Aye.
Councilmember Lian?
Aye.
Mayor Montano?
Aye. Anybody else?
Also the,
We have
I'd like to
Councilmember
allocate-
Lian hasn't had a chance to.
Yeah.
Microphone.
The land acquisition revenue fund of $200,000.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Yes.
If we can get a consensus of that,
How much was that, $200,000?
100,000.
And this is consensus. Vice Mayor Barbadillo?
Aye.
Councilmember Chua?
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb?
Aye.
Councilmember Lian?
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Mayor Montano, thank you. I apologize.
Okay.
I guess it's too
And
late.
I'd like to propose the storefront crime prevention business, the people that have been vandalized, victimized.
Oh, yes.
Windows
Yes, yes.
broken and,
Yes.
yeah, so that way they can restore their storefront.
And would that be at the recommended $100,000 amount, Mayor?
Yes. I think.
Consensus.
Expensive now. Consensus, please.
I have a question on this.
How do you divvy it up?
Yeah.
That's what staff gave us.
Like, does everyone get the same amount? If there are multiple storefront got vandalized, so do we,
How do we?
how do we distribute the funds? Does everyone get the same amount or?
So before the disbursement of funds, the city needs to put together a storefront crime prevention plan and bring before the council how the funds would be used. right? So that if, that way there's full transparency with, for the program in terms of when a person calls, we'll have an amount. If it's $10,000 or 75, you will understand that if it's putting bars up or bollards, the council will have transparency of what types of costs would cover what would cover those types of costs.
Yeah.
So this has to be a whole program. It's not
Right.
just that we're going to start handing out money. We have to have parameters around
Yes.
what would qualify and what would be the maximum amount of expenditures per business and as well as per component of safety.
Right. Mayor, I checked with one of the stores that was burglarized, and it took them, it cost them between $8,000 to $10,000. And this is not just the flimsy one; it's really the one that they can't really just pound on it and break it. So they opted for the heavier one. So it cost them around $10,000. But it did not include the number of days they were down, no business, out of business. So it's mainly to fix it up. Just as a guideline, you might use that.
Just like what we did with the small business grant distribution, right? Where we came before the council, we put a proposal up, we showed what the reach could be, and then you guys fine tuned it. We would do the same type of thing, as we'd make a plan, come before the council, and then you guys would approve it.
This might not be enough.
Can I ask for some clarification? One thing, if you look on the description for this one, I want to point this out for your consideration, is we currently have about $87,000 in our current storefront initiative program that is not accounted for yet. And so what we imply in this paragraph is, if desired, that $87,000 could be redirected towards this new storefront and crime prevention business assistance program. And so we could pause on that $87,000 and add it to whatever new money you allocate, and then until we come back to council, as the city manager mentioned.
Yeah, so that would be good.
So so you're saying that the micro enterprise fund, you still have money left over from that?
Correct. No, this is the, so the micro enterprise program is moving forward, the grant program. This is the storefront program, which we've had some projects that have moved forward and a few that are in the queue, but there's $87,000 available where we don't have a project in the queue yet, and we could just pause until we come back, as the city manager mentioned, and talk about how to use it with this new program. So that $87,000 could be combined with the $100,000 for $187,000.
So instead of 100,000, yeah, but there are businesses out there that really could use the funding.
Correct.
I mean, I don't think there was sufficient outreach. Yeah, no, I would like to just leave that for, because there's businesses that haven't been contacted.
Yeah.
Go ahead, it's on, yours is on already.
Oh, no, it's blinking. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I would like to suggest to increase that, because based on the feedback that I got, it's not that cheap to make it really sturdy. And I would like to make that the 150,000, if that's okay with you.
150?
Yeah.
And so then the other ones will only have 30,000?
No, but she doesn't want to move that. She doesn't want to combine that one. She wants to leave the 87,000 for storefront improvement.
Yeah,
So
there's a
I'm
lot of
adding-
stores.
Yeah, so I'm adding 50,000 more, 150,000.
Are we going to shoulder everything or we help them?
Help.
Okay, so help is that, 100,000 plus 87,000 right there.
But it costs more than that.
This
To be
is
honest.
I mean, if we were in a city where there's a lot of crime, then I could see, but we're not open.
Okay, we'll leave it alone. Let's leave it at 100,000. Okay. If we need
Okay,
to,
we
then
need
we can
consensus.
increase
This
it
is
later.
100,000 in the storefront crime prevention business assistant, but leaving the 87,000 in the storefront improvement program. And that's what we're calling for consensus. Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Come on.
Oh my goodness.
I'm hungry.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb.
Aye.
Councilmember Lian.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. Okay,
You
who's
guys
next?
keep on changing things.
For the better. Right?
Okay,
Oh my
we're
God.
changing
I
for
bet
the
with
better.
you, next week, if you bring this back, there's more changes.
No more. That's it. I think
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
it
that's
for
it for
now.
now.
Oh,
Yeah, that's it
what
for
about the
now.
ADU permit?
I don't, let's
yeah.
say for Christmas.
Yeah,
That's it.
for now.
It's 10 o'clock.
Oh, yeah. The rest, we'll just defer it for then.
Could I just ask, that's obviously the council's discretion, but the FIFA is something that if we wanted to put money towards FIFA,
Oh, yeah,
and I'll
that's
ask the
right.
city manager if he wants to
Yes.
add anything.
Sure, can we go to slide 7?
For 2 years.
75,000.
So these have been some additional items, particularly out of, for example, the Main Street revitalization. That's a referral from the subcommittee.
Oh, yeah, that
And so that's something that we added, while it's on the staff recommendation list, it is a referral that came from the Main Street subcommittee. You do have FIFA as item number 6, that where our window to begin the planning is narrowing. And so we want to make sure that you're aware of that to,
I think William had a question on that.
okay.
William,
Well,
on the FIFA. the
yeah, I
item.
was asking the staff earlier, what's the breakdown on the 75,000? Actually, the staff has shown me earlier. Matt, you might want to show the breakdowns of 75,000.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Councilmember. We sent an email a few hours before the council meeting to all of you on this. We have $10,000 for Super Bowl City Hall lighting events with food truck, which we may not have time to implement at this point because Super Bowl is coming up quickly. $20,000 for FIFA paid advertising, $27,000 for City Hall lighting event for FIFA and Taste of Milpitas. About $7,000 for FIFA merchandising materials, $6,000 for video production, and $5,000 for printing of banners and flyers. And that could change, but those are conceptual cost estimates, and that's what goes into the $75,000 estimate. So it's mostly for FIFA.
Mm-hmm. So if you remove the 10,000, that would leave this as 65,000, is that right?
Correct. If we remove the Super Bowl funding, that would put this as $65,000 estimate.
Okay, let's allocate for that and start now because it's getting close.
Yeah, let's remove the 10,000.
It's not for a license.
It's not for a license.
To activate the city.
Okay.
The
Go for
20,000 pay advertising is digital and outdoor. Can you elaborate on that?
Sure, just any other outdoor locations where we can place advertising. So there's digital, and a lot of that is when if you go on a website, these things pop up to say, these things are going on in Milpitas, but there may be some other outdoor locations where we can actually purchase advertising, such as bus shelters and things like that I need to talk to the team about more detail, but that's the kind of physical outdoor locations.
Also, as part
versus
of the
digital.
conversation during the budget process, there was specific discussion to explore advertising Milpitas at the airports.
Mm-hmm.
And so that would include the digital marketing because they have those podiums where you can have multiple. So we want to send a message, come taste Milpitas or come visit Milpitas' small businesses or things like that.
Okay. And then when you say outdoor, is that like poster or what are you thinking of?
I'd have to check with
Banners, if there's, for instance, if there's just like what we do with summer movies, if there's a watch party and we want to put a banner up that, come July 14th, right? And, there's a community FIFA watch party or something of that sort.
Yeah, we could create posters, as you mentioned, and pass them out to businesses that put them in their windows and things like that as well.
Okay. Yeah,
All right, so this is for 65,000 for the FIFA. Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
So I'd like to, item 3, Main Street revitalization, consensus for 100,000.
Well, what are you gonna do with it?
Yeah.
That means putting like, fixing it up, sprucing it up.
So what we put here is at the was we had the conversation on the subcommittee level, that to the extent that the council is willing to fund this, we would bring back a funding proposal to the council before anything is implemented. And this would include a street eats event. I know there had been former discussion as during the summertime and springtime to activate Main Street with food trucks and community gatherings. And so we've already done some of the early footwork, and that runs about $7,500 to do that. And so we would come back with a plan, a beautification plan first, so the council understands how the 100,000 is being used.
Does that include art, murals, street lights, trash cans, just beautifying the whole street?
We would come back with, with 100,000, here's what we can do
Okay.
with, whether it's street lights or art or things of that sort. Certainly, probably reconvene the subcommittee and ask for input, or work with the council in terms of share with us as well as the community and the business association, so that we better understand what the beautification needs are, and then come before the council for approval.
Yeah, it does make a big difference. I mean, if you go to the library and you see the mural, the fence, it really makes the whole place pop. So, and we all want the revitalization of Main Street. So this is an investment to start getting people to go there and spend tax dollars there, or spend dollars there so we can get the surplus. Anyway.
Are we ready for consensus on that?
Consensus?
That's $100,000 for Main Street revitalization. Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. Okay, we have Councilmember Chua.
So that passes, right? Number 5, I'm concerned about this because when I first started this many years ago, 4 years ago or something, and is there funds remaining for the unhoused for emergency motel stay? Assistant City Manager Matt?
I apologize, council member. I don't have an immediate response to that. Let me check to see if I can find that out while you're
Recreation
talking.
Director Lawrenson is on the line.
Okay,
Renee's
thank
on
you. I
the
didn't know
line.
she was on.
Oh, Renee.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Renee's on the line.
Good evening, City Council. Renee Lawrenson, Director of Rec and Community Services. Thank you for the question. We are currently funding emergency motel stays out of the city's housing fund. We allocate $21,000 a year for that program.
So December, I mean, winter is coming, so I know how it's like when we didn't have funds. That's why many years ago I raised the funds. So I would like to ask the city council to approve this, to allocate 100,000 for 4 years for the unhoused motel stay, emergency motel stay. Either if they're looking for a job, they want a few days of rationing up, they're recovering from the hospital, from being sick or having surgeries, or just family wants to stay, have a breather for a couple days in a hotel. So I asked the rest of the council to please approve this. Can I have a consensus, please?
Yes, this is for consensus. This is for allocating $100,000 for expanding emergency motel stays.
I was thinking about cutting that one in half because there's already funding there. 50K.
Yeah.
Renee? Where's Renee?
Yes, I'm here.
Sorry. do you still have funds? How much funds do you have? How much do you have now?
The monies come out of the overall housing fund. I don't have the complete housing budget
Okay,
in front of me.
that's all right. That's all right.
Yeah.
We'll
But we
cut.
do,
Renee and
yeah.
I talked about this earlier. As she mentioned, there's 21,000 generally appropriated. The average use per year is about 20,000.
Mhm.
And so one of the reasons why this was included on the list is we do, with some of the federal changes, we do anticipate that the number, the need will go higher, just like we saw very quickly in November, people asking for food or what if we were going to do anything. And then also that the likeliness, since everything has increased, the likeliness of motel room cost increasing as well. And so this, we put here for 2 to 4 years, recognizing that this would help cushion and just soften the blow as maybe more people or higher cost we're confronted with to provide this service.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, interim city manager. So consensus, please. Oh, go ahead.
I have a question. Is there a limitation how many days they stay?
They can stay longer than 3 days, right, Renee?
Between 1 and 3 days, depending on what the emergent issue is. If it's a weather event and it's going to last 3 days, as an example, we'll house someone for 3 days. Someone's been released from the hospital, playing a domestic violence issue. We do a case by case, but it's no more than 3 days. During their stay, we do get them supportive services and assessment to find them more permanent or semi-permanent housing.
Yeah, it's for like abused women to violent relationship. They go and ask us for help. That's another benefit of this program.
Okay, consensus.
Consensus, please.
All right, this is for consensus for,
Wait, so shouldn't it say domestic violence / domestic violence?
So
Does
it's,
that include that in there?
to be clear, it's for anyone unhoused regardless of reason.
Right.
And that's because it's being paid out of state housing funds. It has to be broad.
Okay.
this is consensus for allocating 100,000 to the expanding the emergency motel stay program. Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb.
Aye.
Councilmember Lian.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. Okay,
Okay,
That's it.
right?
That's it.
That's it.
I think we got everything.
Summary?
Yeah.
That's it for now.
Sure.
Yeah.
When council's
If
ready,
for-
I can summarize the recommendations.
That's it for now.
Okay. Go ahead and summarize it.
Thank you. And can you go to the last, could we go to the
What's our balance?
recommendation slide, second to last slide, please? So thank you. We've reviewed and discussed priorities and received your direction on one-time funds. And so what we'd ask is you to approve a resolution to increase appropriation for the following priorities. $10,000 for the council special events fund, $60,000 for the ring camera program, $310,000 for the police office, $200,000 for the SPAR fund, $100,000 for the storefront program and keeping for the crime and prevention storefront program, the new one, and leaving the $87,000 in the existing storefront program, $65,000 for FIFA, and that is minus the Super Bowl. $100,000 for Main Street revitalization and $100,000 for the emergency motel voucher program.
Yes.
Any leftover?
Oh, yes,
Oh,
yes,
because
yes, we do.
The library, security.
Let's just finish this next.
Okay, well, the next one, we'll go to the next round then.
So move.
Second.
Okay, we'll call for the vote.
With a motion by Councilmember Chua and seconded by Councilmember Lian.
Yes.
Calling for the vote, Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb.
Aye.
Councilmember Lian.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. Okay, are we done with this? So we have those consent items now.
Oh,
Sorry, Mayor, there's a procedural
Oh,
issue.
public comment on these items. Anybody want to say anything? Now's the time.
oh, no.
Thank you. Very quickly, Voltaire Montemer. Anyway, what's that again? Yeah, unassigned fund balances. What else do you want? We have a lot still, huh? And I have the full admiration. You were cautious. You had all those important needs, and you mentioned all those. So, and still we have more balances unassigned, I think. So, thank you.
Gonna come next week, 2 more weeks.
No, we're done.
What do you mean? Because we have a balance, right? Whatever we didn't vote on today, it'll come back again.
So just for
I
clarification.
need some clarification here because I thought this was gonna come back because I wanted that funding for the library because there's vandalism there. And I thought it was gonna come back. So when you said, no, that's it. I know for tonight.
So that's what I'm seeking are we bringing this item back on the 16th? Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
So
yes. Okay.
So that needs
Okay.
to be included in the motion.
Okay,
That direction to come back on the 16th. We didn't hear that on this side. And so we're like, that's it.
No, we want
It didn't, it wasn't said?
to
Okay.
continue it. You know,
Okay, so
whatever.
this. Continue till
be
December
continued.
16th. Thank you.
Yes, okay, thank you, yeah.
It's in
All
the-
right. Okay, so who's the one that pulled C9 and C10? Go ahead, Councilmember Chua. You need to turn yours on, I think, there.
Please,
There.
green, please. In the interest of time, I'm not gonna call on Director Christian, but I just want to say this, I'm so glad to see this on the agenda and doing a pilot project for this, the solar lighting of the street. This was a concept that we learned when I went, and Mayor too went to conference in Sacramento, and they have a presentation. And I'm so glad that we now have a pilot project. And it's about time, and also we've learned a lot from that conference that other cities are doing it, and the installation of light posts
Yeah,
are
the
so
the city of
efficient.
Fremont does that too.
In Fremont. So we want to see how this goes, and that could help the city. It's less expensive, easy to install. The lifespan is about 12 years,
12 years.
and it's very, very
And we
inexpensive.
don't have to, the city doesn't have to spend any money on electricity.
Yes. So thank you, staff. Thank you, Director Christian, wherever you are. Thank you.
And I just want to
Thank
say
you.
that the residents in that area are going to be very, very happy because they have a lot of break-ins. It's really pitch dark. So,
Okay, that's
good. Okay,
thank you, Mayor.
So I guess we need to vote on this.
Public comment first, Mayor.
Public comment on C9?
Solar system is saving, thank you.
Second.
It was moved by Councilmember Chua and seconded by Councilmember Lin. And let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb.
Aye.
Councilmember Lian.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. There's C10 now. Who pulled C10? I think it was Councilmember Lin.
Lynn. Mike, please. Mayor, okay, thank you. So I pulled this item, want to let you guys know that there is a 22nd annual Kiwanis and MUSD partner in doing the craft feed together. This event where all the football players come out and serve crabs. Now that you have the extra fund, just fund it, please buy tickets to attend. And I am going to be transparent. I am a member of Kiwanis, so before you guys vote on this, I will excuse myself to the other room. So, thank you.
Okay.
Just, yeah, just for-
To be clear, she didn't report a conflict. I think that what she is doing is electing to recuse herself from this item to prevent any appearance of impropriety, even one that doesn't exist.
Yeah, you guys have been supporting this for 22 years, so I'll be listening from that side. Thank you.
Okay. So
And then
there's
we need a public comment.
public comment on C10.
Okay.
We got money to party.
Very quickly again. I believe we are fair for this kind of waiving of the fee, so I love eating crab. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let's, I need a motion and second.
1,000 is gone. So move.
Second.
Okay, call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb.
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne abstains. Mayor Montano.
Aye. Okay, is there anything else? Anybody have any announcements?
I have an announcement.
Okay, we have city manager, and she has an announcement. I'm getting tired.
Just a reminder that on December 9th, from 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock, we will have a town hall for our small cell community meeting at Milpitas Community Center. And council members, if you plan on attending, please confirm with Matt, because we may have to notice it as a city council meeting, as we did for the police community meeting. So
really?
just send him a friendly email saying I'm coming, and then that way we'll know how to notice the meeting appropriately. Thank you so much.
The town hall. The town hall. Thank you, Mayor. I just want to invite everybody this Friday, December 5th, right? For the tree lighting. And one of my initiatives, which I'm so happy about, the first performance of the Milpitas Community Choir. And we had our dress rehearsal last night, and it went pretty well. So proud.
Alright.
Thank you. Please come.
She's singing.
I'm singing.
Oh, are you really?
I'm part of the
But you're
choir.
the choir, not solo.
No, please, don't, not solo.
Okay, William and I will dance.
All right. Anyone else have any more announcements? So we'll see you, hopefully we'll see you all on December 5th at the tree lighting ceremony.
Yes, 7 o'clock.
Okay. All right, well, with that, this meeting is adjourned. Good night, everyone.
With those.
With this, with that, with those. Oh, thank you.